Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
The moment I stepped through the security passage and into the city, Jiang Fu's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. They're finally back at this time. Then I heard what the guard on duty said. Jiang Fu couldn't help but steal another glance at Shiju in her arms. Until this moment, he then realized something. The woman he was holding was almost too beautiful. I carried him all the way back like this, at this time. Shiju was nestled in Jiang Fu's arms. Playing a game on her phone, he noticed Jiang Fu's gaze. She slightly raised her eyes. What's wrong? Jiang Fu exclaimed, it's nothing. Where are you going next? Shiju withdrew her gaze. A fingertip swiped rapidly across the screen. I can't move for now. I'll go wherever you go, Jiang Fu nodded. It's okay. He planned to go to the Martial Arts Guild Hall first. Sell today's spoils. The sword and combat uniform inside the backpack were not meant to be seen in public. There are no plans to sell it at the moment. But those 100 red-tailed rat tails. It's estimated to sell for 20,000 yuan. Although it's not enough to buy qi and blood pills. But you should be able to buy other things to replenish your blood and energy. Let's fight again tomorrow. Thinking like that, Jiang Fu quickened her pace. Just as he entered the lobby of the Martial Arts Guild. As we headed towards the trading area, a voice clearly anxious and flustered rang out. What's wrong with you? Immediately afterwards, having changed her clothes and with her hair back to normal, Shen Yan rushed down from the second floor like the wind. He appeared in front of Jiang Fu in an instant, let go of Shi. As they were talking, he had already reached out to snatch Shiju from Jiang Fu's arms. Jiang Fu frowned. He exerted force with both his legs and his waist and abdomen simultaneously. 10 times the speed of neural reaction. Speed multiplied by 10. Explosive power multiplied by 10. He dodged Shen Yan's grab in an instant. Jiang Fu held Shiju protectively in her arms. Her cold gaze was fixed on the man before her. Filled with vigilance, Shen Yan was taken aback at first. Then looked at Jiang Fu with an angry expression. About to reprimand her, but in the very next moment, his body trembled slightly, and the reprimand he was about to utter was swallowed back down. Shiju slightly raised her eye, staring coldly at Shen Yan. At this very moment, Shiju and Jiang Fu's gazes. They're strangely similar. Shen Yan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. I instantly snapped back to reality. He wanted to slap himself. I'm absolutely bewitched. With this little rascal's strength. If she didn't want to, who could get close to her? Shen Yan quickly tried to cover it up, saying, ahem. I was being presumptuous. Student Shi, what are you doing here? Shiju withdrew her gaze. He continued playing the game. Saying, I'm tired, I don't want to leave. Jiang Fu nodded seriously. At the same time, they took a few steps back. Shen Yan said dryly, I see, as they were talking. He then secretly sized up Jiang Fu in front of him. A sense of unease and uncertainty settled in my heart. Such a fast neural reaction speed. No wonder he's a genius with an initial mental strength of 1,000. Shen Yan looked at the boy in front of her, who still had a wary expression. And there was his little darling nestled in his arms. This moment, Shen Yan was somewhat dazed. Both men had rolled up file folders in their pockets. 2 identical martial arts badges hanging from the zipper of their school uniforms were lightly touching each other because of their posture. No, what exactly is going on in this scene? Am I insane, or is the world insane? This little devil. He is ruthless and cruel. And his personality is so cold that he is almost inhuman. Now she's nestled in a boy's arms, playing on his phone with a relaxed expression. Could it be? What? Shen Yan couldn't help but look at Jiang Fu with a hint of envy. Manager Shen, is there anything else? Seeing Shen Yan standing in front of him with a lewd expression, Jiang Fu was getting impatient. Ah, it's nothing. Shen Yan snapped out of her daze and quickly made way for her. Jiang Fu didn't say anything more. Holding Shijiu in his arms, he headed straight towards the trading area. Shen Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief, then, with a look of lingering fear, said luckily. Jiang Fu dodged it. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd lose these hands, sigh. Judging from the relationship between these two, it seems this genius mentalist with an initial mental strength of 1,000 is destined to be excluded from the martial arts guild. On the very center of the trading area, it is an official trading post established by the Martial Artists Guild, specifically for acquiring various materials from the wilderness. You want to sell something? Shijiu looked away from her phone and onto Jiang Fu's face. Jiang Fu nodded. I've collected some red-tailed rat tails. Shijiu withdrew her gaze. Let's sell the silver moon wolf too, he paused then added. I need to take that snake back to study it. I can't sell it for now, Jiang Fu pursed her lips. Multiplying by 10 is his trump card, it cannot be exposed. Jiang Fu nodded. Okay, how will we split the money after we sell them? Shijiu lowered her head and continued playing on her phone. You killed the wolf. Jiang Fu looked at Shijiu with a serious expression. You also deserve credit upon hearing this. Shijiu's expression froze. The image of being thrown into the air by this guy as bait immediately flashed into my mind. And then the connection was quite solid. Shijiu's gaze remained fixed on her phone screen, and she absent-mindedly uttered an "oh." The hero in the game was killed by a minion. Jiang Fu continued seemingly oblivious to the situation. Then let's split it 50-50 half for each of us. As they were talking, he excitedly entered the official purchasing shop of the Martial Arts Guild. The trading house has a large interior space. A large number of martial artists have gathered here. Most of them were returning from the wilderness, bringing their prey to trade, of course. Some people walk around the trading floor empty-handed. Its eyes darted around, seemingly searching for prey. The arrival of two students in school uniforms immediately attracted the attention of most people, especially Shijiu, who was in Jiang Fu's arms. It's so beautiful you can't take your eyes off it. Originally, Jiang Fu planned to put Shijiu on the sofa next to her. But upon seeing the martial artists around him, then I recalled Shen Yan, who had looked so lewd just now. Let's just keep holding him. The physique of a quasi-martial artist. Multiply physical strength by 10. Multiply endurance by 10. Jiang Fu couldn't feel Shijiu's weight at all. Jiang Fu arrived at an empty counter. I greeted the staff inside very politely, saying hello. The other person looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. She was wearing a dark blue business suit and looked shrewd and capable. The words manager and Li Yue were prominently displayed on the white name tag hanging around her neck. Li Yue smiled and said, "Two of you. Is there anything I can help you with?" Jiang Fu quickly asked, "Do they collect red-tailed rat tails here?" Li Yue was slightly taken aback. She saw a boy carrying a girl as he approached her. I thought they came to ask for help. The tail of a red-tailed rat. Are there really people who go through the thankless task of catching red-tailed rats? However, upon seeing the school uniforms of the two students, it became clear that they were wearing the school uniforms of No. 9 middle school. That makes perfect sense. Li Yue had already filled in quite a few blanks in her mind. Two high school students who had just become martial artists couldn't wait to run to the wilderness. Luckily, I encountered a lone red-tailed rat on the ground in the empty area. Together, they finally killed it and cut off its tail. They excitedly brought back their spoils. Li Yue looked at Shijiu in Jiang Fu's arms and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. This pretty little girl must have been injured while catching red-tailed rats. Thinking about this, Li Yue smiled and said, "Yes, I accepted. Boys, let's go inside and talk." As she spoke, Li Yue stood up. This is just the external reception area. The actual trading house is still inside. Jiang Fu, carrying Shijiu, quickly followed, not far away. A martial artist dressed in camouflage combat uniform watched Jiang Fu's retreating figure. His brows furrowed deeply. That's Jiang Fu. They're still alive. Did Peng and Hu fail? Inside a separate trading room, Li Yue looked at the boy and girl in front of her. His smile was gentle. The Martial Arts Guild buys a red-tailed rat's tail for 200 Zia coins. However, both of you have just become martial artists. And this is your first time visiting the Martial Artists Guild's trading post. They can enjoy the benefits of a premium acquisition. A red-tailed rat's tail, 500 summer coins each. What do you two think, two emerging martial artists? Please carefully consider this kindness from the world of martial arts. 500 Zia coins per piece. Hearing Li Yue's words, Jiang Fu's eyes lit up immediately. Shiju was playing games while leaning against Jiang Fu. He also instantly raised his head, staring intently at Li Yue. What about other things? Are they also being acquired at a premium? They met her bright, sparkling eyes. Li Yue's heart softened immediately. She nodded almost without hesitation. All right. I'll buy everything you hunt this time at a premium. According to this standard, it seems these two rookies are quite lucky. Besides the red-tailed rat, they also hunted other small mutated beasts. If it's at the edge of a blank area, it should be a soft-boned rabbit. The pink bunny is so cute. Girls all like it. They must have heard that they were going to acquire it at a premium, which is why they decided to offer it. Anyway, it's not a lot of money. Consider this encouragement for these two newbies. But soon, Li Yue's expression turned serious again. This is a one-time exception. There will be no next time. You two are still too young. It's not the right time for you to go into the wilderness. Only after you've entered the martial arts university and undergone systematic training will it be time for you to step into the wilderness. Jiang Fu quickly replied, okay, I understand. Thank you, sister. As they spoke, they placed Shiju on the small sofa next to them. Then take off the backpack from your back. He took out the tails of the 100 red-tailed rats and arranged them neatly on the table in front of him. Li Yue looked at the pile of tails in front of her. He was momentarily dazed. What is this? The tail of the red-tailed rat. Jiang Fu saw Shiju's body slide down the sofa. He quickly reached out to support her. Shiju leaned against Jiang Fu's arm the next moment. The storage badge, still warm from her body heat, landed in Jiang Fu's palm. Jiang Fu used her mental power to investigate. The silver moon wolf, its body folded into a foldable screen, was quietly squeezed into a corner by the crowned python. Jiang Fu pursed her lips. He secretly glanced at Shiju. A hint of struggle flickered in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and silently began to operate the system. Shiju was stunned for a moment when she saw the pile of tails. But he quickly remembered that Jiang Fu was a spiritualist. Moreover, is quite strong. He can kill a level 2 silver moon wolf with a single strike. Catching some red-tailed rats is also a piece of cake. Li Yue also recovered from her shock. She asked incredulously, you arrested all of these? Jiang Fu nodded obediently. Shiju quietly added, he caught him all by himself. Li Yue took a deep breath. Thankfully, it was just the tail of a red-tailed rat. 100 items would only cost 50,000 yuan. We can afford it, we can afford it. Then she looked at Jiang Fu's backpack. It's just a basic backpack with limited capacity. It can't hold anything large. One of Li Yue's thoughts hadn't yet been resolved. Thump. Then came a giant silver wolf the size of a yellow ox, which had been folded into a foldable screen. He appeared right in front of her, Li Yue. She jumped up suddenly. He took several steps back. My whole body went numb. What is this? Li Yue's lips trembled. Jiang Fu looked completely innocent, a silver moon wolf. As they were talking, thump, a second silver moon wolf appeared. This time it was twisted into a pretzel shape. Li Yue. She stared blankly at the corpse of the second silver moon wolf. Stunned and at a loss, Shiju was also stunned. She stared blankly at Jiang Fu. How come there's still some? Jiang Fu coughed. Didn't I tell you? I encountered a pack of wolves. Shiju blinked. Wolf pack. It seems I did say that. They got lost while being chased by a pack of wolves. But by then, The snake venom in her body was already deeply ingrained. His mental energy was also completely depleted. I was fast asleep until a strange change occurred in her body that she herself could not understand. Shiju regained some consciousness. It is limited to the perception of danger. When there is no danger, he still sleeps very soundly. I didn't fully wake up until I returned to the blank area. It came much earlier than expected. She slept soundly the whole way and was unaware of what had happened. Shiju subconsciously looked down at her chest. Then I looked up at the sky again. Jiang Fu dared not look at Shiju. Continue communicating with the storage badge using mental power. Then the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one. One after another. Silver moon wolves were twisted into bizarre shapes from their waists. It quickly filled the entire room. Jiang Fu picked up Shiju from the sofa and moved to the doorway. Shiju reached out her hand. He tugged at the martial arts badge on Jiang Fu's zipper. He said in a low voice, "Isn't what we're doing a bit of a trap?" Jiang Fu hesitated and said, "Actually, buying it at the original price is also acceptable." The conversation between the two. This instantly snapped Li Yue out of her daze actually. As a staff member of the Martial Artists Guild's Acquisition Center, Li Yue had seen all sorts of big scenes, but if it were a martial arts team with a high-level martial artist in charge, bringing back these 10 silver moon wolves, it's nothing but now. Standing in front of her are 2 students in school uniforms. Is this reasonable? Moreover, where did these 10 enormous silver moon wolves come from? Etc. Wrong. The next moment, Li Yue instantly realized what was happening. Storage badge. These 2 teenagers in front of me are no ordinary people. It must be some young master or lady from a wealthy family who secretly slipped out. Fortunately, I did not neglect them just because they were 2 students. Thinking about this, Li Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Adjust your mindset instantly. A smile returned to his face, received it. 100 red-tailed rat tails and 10 silver moon wolves. Will buy them at a premium. As agreed before, however, the silver moon wolf is a level 2 mutated beast. And according to the acquisition process, it needs to be identified. The identification process will take approximately half an hour. Jiang Fu nodded. I wasn't surprised. As for authentication or anything like that, it doesn't matter just now. He had already performed various multiplications on the internal bodies of these silver moon wolves. This ensures that the internal structure of each silver moon wolf, including the size and shape of its wounds, is unique. Unless genetic testing is performed otherwise, they would never have been entangled. They are all actually the same silver moon wolf. Genetic testing not yet. The Martial Arts Guild's Acquisition Center authenticates the genuineness of a species, as long as it's confirmed to be a silver moon wolf, and not some other low-level mutated beast in disguise. That's fine. Soon, Li Yue then led Jiang Fu and Shiju to the lounge next door. Jiang Fu placed Shiju on the sofa. Then I sat down next to her. Shiju's limp body slid to one side. Jiang Fu quickly reached out to steady him, then put her backpack aside. Shiju leaned against Jiang Fu's shoulder. I took out my phone and started another game. Seeing this, Li Yue quickly asked with concern, "Excuse me. Do you need me to call a doctor?" Shiju waved her hand. "I'm fine." It's comfortable leaning against him. Li Yue was taken aback. Then he glanced at Jiang Fu's slightly flushed face. Then he left with an ambiguous expression. Jiang Fu tilted her head. She secretly glanced at Shiju, who was playing a game. "You'll have money in no times. I should buy myself a cell phone." He didn't ask how Shiju's recovery was going. If it is restored, she'll tell you herself. However, at this moment, before Jiang Fu left the city, he had already finished multiplying his own progress by 10. He pondered for a moment. It also extends the range of mental energy speed, explosive power, physical strength, and endurance. Multiply by 10 again. The duration should be consistent with one's qi and blood, physical constitution, and mental strength. Jiang Fu had not forgotten. Even in the city, there are people who want him dead. Shortly after Li Yue left, then staff brought over some tea and snacks. On the coffee table in front of the two of them, Jiang Fu picked up a small cream cake, about the size of a mahjong tile. That was exquisitely crafted, want some? Shi Jiu's fingers flew across the phone screen. She hummed an agreement, I can't move. Then he slightly opened his mouth, Jiang Fu. He stared at the two fingers on the phone screen, moving so fast they were almost blurry. Then he carefully placed the small cake to the girl's lips. Shi Jiu turned her head slightly to the side. I took a small, gentle bite, then I took another small bite. Outside the glass windows of the lounge, Shen Yan watched the interaction inside with a sense of trepidation. Take a deep breath. He handed the form to Li Yue, who was standing beside him. Manager Li, you did a great job from now on. If these two young students come to the trading house again, you will continue to be their host. Li Yue's eyes lit up and she quickly responded, then. She hesitated for a moment and asked, what about the price? Shen Yan waved her hand, let's do as you said before. This time the premium was 150%. From now on just buy at the normal price. Deliberately trying to please someone will only make you seem like you have ulterior motives. Li Yue nodded, she watched Shen Yan's retreating figure, which seemed to be fleeing in disarray. My doubts grew stronger. Shen Yan is the head of the 9th District branch of the Bincheng Martial Arts Guild, and the number 2 person here. They seemed quite afraid of the two people inside. After Shen Yan left, Li Yue did not go in immediately. Instead, they lingered outside for quite a while. He knocked on the door and entered the lounge. Jiang Fu casually picked up the napkin in front of her. Wipe away the cream that got on Shi Jiu's lips. Shi Jiu glanced at him, he then looked away. Continue playing the games, Li Yue coughed. He placed the list on the coffee table in front of him. My fellow students, the transaction is complete. The money will soon be transferred to your martial arts-specific bank accounts. Jiang Fu was taken aback. A bank account exclusively for martial artists. Li Yue explained with a smile. The Martial Arts Guild will open a dedicated bank account for each certified martial artist. The bank card account numbers and password are kept in a file folder. Jiang Fu then remembered the file folder that he had rolled up and put in his pocket. They touched it with their mental energy, it wasn't lost. Jiang Fu then looked at the contents of the list in front of her. 100 red-tailed rat tails are being offered for purchase at a 150% premium by the Martial Arts Guild's Bincheng 9th District Trading Post. The purchase price is 500 taels per tail, totaling 50. 0 Zia coins. 10 complete silver moon wolf carcasses are being offered for purchase by the Martial Arts Guild's Bincheng 9th District branch at a 150% premium. The purchase price is 1.25 million per carcass, totaling 12.5 million. The payment will be transferred to the martial artist's dedicated bank account within half an hour. Jiang Fu frowned, a silver moon wolf. A 150% premium, and it's only 1.25 million. The corpses of 10 silver moon wolves, totaling 12.5 million. This is not a small amount, however. This was quite different from Jiang Fu's expectations. Excluding the premium, the actual purchase price of a level 2 silver moon wolf is only 500. 0. You should know that even the lowest grade of first-level spiritual fruit, the mist-like fruities worth 1 million. Seeing the look in Jiang Fu's eyes, Li Yue patiently explained. Low-level mutated beasts are indeed worthless. Level 2 mutated beasts like the silver moon wolf are found in large packs throughout the wilderness. And furthermore, it poses no threat to cities where humans can live. Therefore, the acquisition price was not high. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Fu subconsciously recalled the pack of silver moon wolves that had been chasing him. More than 100. It seems there are indeed quite a lot, large quantity. Moreover, it does not pose a significant threat to human habitation areas. The price offered by the Martial Arts Guild was naturally very low. Li Yue looked at Jiang Fu and continued, actually. This silver moon wolf is already considered quite valuable among level 2 mutated beasts. Jiang Fu twitched the corner of her mouth. You mean? Other level 2 mutated beasts are inferior to the silver moon wolf. Li Yue nodded indeed. The acquisition price for level 1 to 3 mutated beasts generally ranges from 100 to 1 million. Of course, there are always exceptions. There are also some special mutated beasts, such as the blood-eyed golden tiger. A level 3 mutated beast which is very valuable. The acquisition price even exceeds that of a level 5 mutated beast. Just then, Sijiu suddenly looked up. Her bright and pretty face scrunched up. I have a feeling I've lost some money. Oh, exactly. When you come across something extremely valuable, you don't pick it up in her mind. Suddenly, a majestic tiger with blood-red eyes appeared. Jiang Fu's expression froze for a moment. He stammered that must have been a dream. Shijiu pondered for a moment. That makes sense. So she lowered her head again and continued playing the game. Jiang Fu breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although it wasn't as good as I expected. But at least they made a fortune sold at a premium. The price has already exceeded that of a level 3 mutated beast. Of course, this world is also very friendly to martial artists. It means you don't have to pay taxes. You get as much as you sell. Half of 12,550,000 is 6,275,000. That's enough to buy qi and blood pills and... Faced with Jiang Fu, this human-shaped bug. 1 qi and blood pill is equivalent to 10 qi and blood pills. Thinking about this, Jiang Fu didn't say anything more. Put the sheet back on the coffee table. Then he scooped Shijiu up from the sofa. Now that the transaction is complete, we won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye, Sister Li. Li Yue also stood up and handed her business card to Jiang Fu. This is my business card. Just look for me next time you come. Jiang Fu took the business card. Okay. I'm going to buy a phone. What about you? After leaving the trading house, Jiang Fu looked at Shijiu in her arms. Shijiu's eyes were fixed on the phone screen. Play games. Jiang Fu, that's an unnecessary question. At this time, he had already taken the bank card out of the file folder. It's a sky blue bank card. Custom made by the Martial Arts Guild. Accepted by the world's 5 major banks. There's a place to buy mobile phones in the Martial Arts Guild's trading area. 23,333, 1. Custom designed for wilderness areas. Durable and rugged with excellent signal strength. The signal can be received no matter how far away it is from human cities. The money has been received with the martial arts badge. No other identification is needed. Buying a phone and getting a SIM card, the whole process is quick. Taking no more than 10 minutes. The moment Jiang Fu activated her phone, a phone call came in. Jiang Fu was about to answer the call when it was disconnected. This is my phone number, please save it. Okay. I've saved Shijiu's phone number. Jiang Fu then pulled a crumpled business card out of her pocket. Li Dazheng, the taxi driver who brought him to the Martial Arts Guild that afternoon. Jiang Fu was not charged for the taxi fare. Now that I have the money, I'll give it to him all at once. The call was answered quickly. Uncle, it's me. Haha, I know. Uncle's right here in the parking lot, just come over. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. A warm feeling inexplicably welled up inside me. Turned out to be the unfamiliar driver hadn't left. He had been waiting for him there. Jiang Fu carried Shijiu and quickly left the Martial Arts Guild building. He didn't ask Shijiu where she was going. She had said before that she would go wherever he went. At this time, the sun had already set and darkness was falling. The towering city walls cast a huge shadow. It makes the night here even deeper. By the dim light of the streetlights, Jiang Fu quickly found the taxi with its hazard lights flashing at the entrance of the parking lot. After opening the back doors, Jiang Fu first helped Shijiu inside, and then sat down in the back row as well. Mainly because I was afraid she would slip under the seat. Li Dazhai looked in the rearview mirror. The martial arts badges on the two of them were immediately noticeable. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Young mans, Is this your girlfriend? That's wonderful. The young couple are both martial artists. He was about to speak. Then you see Shijiu's delicate and soft body sliding down the smooth seat back. So he quickly reached out and put his arms around her shoulders and knees. Pulling her back into his arms, Shijiu's pale pink lips were slightly pursed. My eyes remained glued to the phone screen. They didn't show anything unusual. The hero in the game was simply solo-killed by the enemy's support. Jiang Fu breathed a slight sigh of relief. He said somewhat embarrassedly, "Uncle, go to the Blue Coast Manor residential area, go home first. Take a shower to relax your tense nerves. We'll talk about other things tomorrow." Li Dazhai's eyes lit up slightly. Blue Coast Manor is one of the most upscale martial arts communities in the 9 districts of Binchang. He immediately stepped on the gas. The car shot off in an instant inside the car. Due to inertia, Shijiu's limp body first leaned back. Then it tilted forward again. Jiang Fu was somewhat flustered. The hands that had just been removed now supported Shijiu once more. When I looked up again, just then Li Dazhai's eyes met in the rearview mirror. Li Dazhai raised an eyebrow at Jiang Fu in a suggestive manner. Turn the steering wheel again. Shijiu's body, which had just settled down, bumped directly into Jiang Fu's arms at this time. Shijiu finally looked away from her phone screen. "Driver, could you please drive a little more steadily?" Shijiu's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Li Dazhai looked completely innocent. "Hey, young lady. The road conditions here are bad, please bear with it." As they were talking, the car seemed to have run over something, and it lurched slightly. Jiang Fu instinctively hugged Shijiu. Shijiu sighed resignedly. "He carried me the whole way anyway, it's not a big deal, but..." "What?" Riding in this car is definitely not as comfortable as being held by Jiang Fu. Thinking of this, she subconsciously snuggled closer to Jiang Fu. She herself was unaware of this subconscious behavior. The taxi sped along. We quickly returned to the city. We stopped in front of the Blue Coast Manor residential complex. "Uncle, how much is it? I'll transfer it to you. And the afternoon's transportation fee." As they were talking, Jiang Fu then took out her phone. On the way back, he then linked his mobile phone to his bank card account. They have also launched payment and social media applications. They all added Shijiu's contact information. Li Dazhai quickly waved his hand. "No need, no need. Study hard, me too, young students. And cultivate diligently so you can slay many more mutated beasts in the future." "Back then, my husband, sigh, let's not talk about it." As they were talking, a hint of sadness flickered in Li Dazhai's eyes. Jiang Fu seemed to understand something. He nodded. "All right then, by the way, sir, that was my phone number. Contact me if you need anything." Li Dazhai's eyes lit up. "Okay, I've been waiting to hear that." He quickly took out his phone and saved Jiang Fu's phone number. Jiang Fu held Shijiu in her arms, standing in front of the Blue Coast Manor residential complex. Watching the taxi drive away, couldn't help but sigh. The driver was a good man. Shijiu rested her head on Jiang Fu's shoulder. She closed her eyes briefly. "It would be even better if you could drive more steadily." It had already gotten dark. Jiang Fu used her mental power to open the villa's door. The once dark villa was instantly illuminated. Jiang Fu placed Shijiu on the sofa in the living room. Shijiu stared blankly at the marble coffee table in front of her, which appeared to have been cleaved in two. "Is this your home?" Jiang Fu nodded the next moment. A very strange and somewhat indescribable expression appeared on Shijiu's face. "Third floor. Is that your room?" Upon hearing the words "third floor," a not-so-pleasant memory instantly surfaced in Jiang Fu's mind. "I couldn't help but gag. No, this person was killed, and the mutated beast was slaughtered. It still couldn't withstand Guo Xiaofeng's room. Guo Xiaofeng is scarier than any mutated beast. No. I need to hire a housekeeper tomorrow to clean that horrible room. Then put a seal on it." Jiang Fu suppressed her discomfort. He pointed to the maid's room at the corner of the stairs. "That's my room. A parasite family used to live here, and I was planning to kick them out." Shijiu used her telekinetic powers to scan the maid's room, which resembled a storage room. I was momentarily stunned. She then changed the subject. What you want is in the storage badge box. Jiang Fu was taken aback at first. Then he immediately realized what was happening. Spiritual cultivation methods. He quickly took out his storage badge. Mental energy probed into it. There are 2 suitcases inside, a container of snacks. The other contained underwear. Jiang Fu took out both boxes. It was placed in front of Shijiu. Shijiu looked at the 2 suitcases that had already been closed. That's when I realized what was going on. She couldn't help but blush. She quickly released a wisp of her mental energy. Reach inside the suitcase containing the underwear. He took out a thin booklet from the innermost hidden compartment. It was placed in front of Jiang Fu. A stargazing chart for a rainy night. Jiang Fu subconsciously read the contents on the booklet cover. Can you still stargaze on a rainy night? Are there stars? But soon, Jiang Fu then realized what was happening. This is a method of spiritual cultivation. This cannot be explained by common sense. He immediately sat down next to Shijiu, as was his habit. He opened the booklet in his hand. The catalog features 9 images depicting stargazing on a rainy night. There are very few words in it. Most of them are annotations for these 9 paintings. As for these 9 pictures can't read. I can't understand it at all, it looks like a jumble of lines. But it also seems to be depicting something. Just as Jiang Fu was scratching her head in frustration, Shijiu's body swayed. She leaned against Jiang Fu's shoulder. Following the back of the sofa, a slightly drowsy voice rang out. There are no stars on a rainy night, so you can't look at them with your eyes. As they were talking, she yawned softly again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fu put the booklet in her hand aside, then retrieved the suitcase from the ground into the storage badge. He then stuffed the storage badge into Shijiu's pocket. After doing all that, Jiang Fu scooped Shijiu up in her arms. The poison in your body hasn't been neutralized yet. Let me take you to rest, the 2nd floor of the villa. Apart from the master bedroom shared by Guo Fangdong and Ji Yangxia, there is also a secondary bedroom and several guest rooms on the other side. After a pause, Jiang Fu asked again, would you like to take a shower first? Shijiu was somewhat at a loss for words. Will you help me wash? Jiang Fu blushed, cough. Let's talk about it when you can move again. He couldn't help but look at Shijiu's slender white hands. Along the way, those hands have racked up countless pentakills and destroyed countless crystals. But at this moment, Shijiu's body was still limp. It seems only the hand has recovered. Jiang Fu carried Shijiu to the 2nd bedroom on the 2nd floor. The room is unoccupied. It was always Jiang Fu who did the cleaning. The interior was clean and tidy, and there was no strange smell. Jiang Fu placed Shijiu on the soft bed and tucked her in. You go to sleep first, call me if you need anything. After saying that, he left the room. Shijiu put down her phone. Those large, clear black and white eyes stared blankly at the closed door. Jiang Fu did not return to the nanny's room as if seeking masochism. Instead, they went to the guest room next door. Even the guest bedroom is larger than the master bedroom in an average home. It also includes a bathroom and a bathtub. Jiang Fu filled the bathtub with hot water. He soaked completely in it. Jiang Fu draped the towel over her head and let out a deep breath. Immediately, his mental energy stirred slightly. He reached out to the first volume of the Rainy Night Stargazing Chart catalog, which had already been opened. He focused his mental energy on studying the seemingly chaotic pattern, which was actually trying to explain something. Finalized, I still don't understand. Completely clueless. Is it because I'm not quick to understand? Jiang Fu pondered for a moment, he then muttered to himself. Comprehension multiplied by 10 lasting for 10 minutes. Comprehension ability multiplied by 10. For 10 minutes, cultivation speed multiplied by 10. Lasting for 10 minutes. In the instant after multiplying by 10, Jiang Fu felt as if her spirit had entered another world. This appears to be a street corner in a small town. The streets were deserted, not a soul in sight. A damp night breeze accompanied by a light drizzle brushed against my face, rumble suddenly. A clap of thunder exploded in my ears. Jiang Fu instinctively shuddered. I instantly snapped back to reality. He remained lying in the bathtub. A white towel was draped over his head. My mental focus was locked on the thin booklet outside the bathroom. What happened just now? Jiang Fu was stunned for a moment. Suddenly I realized. The mental energy value remained unchanged. The number has now changed from 926 to 927. I see. This is the method of spiritual cultivation. Jiang Fu's eyes brightened slightly, however. In the very next instant, Jiang Fu's eyes widened once again. He saw some changes on his attribute panel displayed on the system screen. Name Jiang Fu, gender male, age 18, level 0. Kai and blood value 70, mental strength 927. Lifespan 200 days. Ability multiply by 10 cannot be stacked. Limited uses positive infinity. Technique stargazing on a rainy night. Category spiritual cultivation method. Grade top tier heavenly ranked. Cultivation progress Silk Rain chapter progress 0. 1%. Complete divine power, none yet, can be obtained upon reaching 60% completion of the Silk Rain chapter. Mastering ultimate skill, none yet, can be obtained upon reaching 100% completion of the Silk Rain chapter. Jiang Fu's eyes were fixed on that 0.1% progress. Is it true if I can advance the progress to 10%? Multiplied by 11, that'll be 100%, and another thing. What's appearing now is the progress for the first chapter. Silky Rain, that means. After finishing the Silky Rain chapter, I can multiply the next one by 10, although now the progress on the first chapter, Silky Rain, is only 1%, but as long as there's progress, you can multiply by 10. Just now, in that brief moment, that's 0.1% progress. Besides, Jiang Fu's gaze was fixed on the column for the cultivation techniques grade. Top grade heavenly ranked. Can this grade also be multiplied by 11? The moment Jiang Fu had this thought, in the section on the grade of the cultivation technique, suddenly a small footnote appeared. The cultivation method is based on rules and order. The book is merely a medium. Multiplying the cultivation method's grade by 10 will cause corresponding changes in the rules and order, affecting all practitioners of that method currently. There are 2 people practicing the rainy night stargazing chart. Shijiu, Starry Sky Arc progress 59.99%. Jiang Fu, the Drizzle chapter progress 0.1%. Looking at the text prompts on the system screen, Jiang Fu was slightly taken aback. Will multiplying the grade of a cultivation technique by 10 affect everyone who has practiced that technique? However, this stargazing chart on a rainy night was something only he and Shijiu had ever practiced. It seems this is Shijiu's destiny. Moreover, it's a high-grade heavenly rank. It is probably already the top-tier martial arts technique in this world. As for the light screen in front of us, it was left behind after the multi-10 system was scared away. Now, Jiang Fu's proposal to multiply the cultivation technique's grade by 10 is utterly absurd. Therefore, the system light screen generates certain prompts. Therefore, if I multiply the cultivation technique's grade by 10, Shijiu's rainy night stargazing chart will also be multiplied by 10 accordingly. Will the difficulty of cultivation increase accordingly after multiplying by 10? Jiang Fu was somewhat worried, as is customary. The higher the grade of the cultivation technique, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Jiang Fu multiplied her own comprehension understanding and cultivation speed by 10. I've barely gotten the hang of it after multiplying by 10. The corresponding difficulty level of this cultivation technique will also increase to the level 10 times higher. Those who have previously practiced and reached the beginner level of the technique will not be affected. When newcomers begin their cultivation, they will be trained at a difficulty level 10 times higher than the previous level. Jiang Fu's eyes immediately lit up. This is an insane bug. What are we waiting for? Multiply by 10. As for those who came after, those who come later to cultivate advanced techniques should bear the difficulties that come with them. Jiang Fu no longer hesitated, he spoke in a low, deep voice. Technique grade multiplied by 10 the next moment. Jiang Fu stared wide-eyed at the screen. The section on the quality of the cultivation technique. The word superior grade of heavenly rank flashed lightly. It became 2 characters, the ultimate path. Jiang Fu stroked his chin, the ultimate path. I thought we'd see something like a holy item or a god-level item. He had no idea what level the extreme path was. But it's still better than the previous top-grade heavenly rank. At the same time, the second bedroom next door Shijiu, who was already fast asleep, suddenly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling above his head. His eyes were filled with confusion, bewilderment, and shock. At this moment, Shijiu was somewhat confused. It seems like everything I'll encounter in this life is incomprehensible. They all appeared at once. A low-level mutated python with a crown and a strange, highly venomous body. His own resistance to toxins increased dramatically. A sequence that suddenly mutated into a god sequence. Although it only lasted for a few seconds, but it had already allowed her to truly see the existence of the divine sequence. I believe it won't be long before she can truly step into the realm of gods. And now my own spiritual cultivation method. Suddenly it became ridiculously strong. Is he still half asleep? It's a hallucination, it must be a hallucination. I'll feel better after I wake up. Shijiu shifted her position slightly, but he found that he still couldn't move his body. She couldn't help but mutter softly, Jiang Fu's arms are still the most comfortable. Thinking like that, Shijiu closed her eyes again. She has a very good attitude. If you can't understand or comprehend something, don't waste your time and energy on it. But deep down, Shijiu had a vague feeling. Perhaps it has something to do with Jiang Fu. On the other side, Jiang Fu had already finished showering and was dressed. After multiplying comprehension, understanding, and cultivation speed by 10 within the time limit, he lay in bed and silently began practicing the rainy night stargazing chart. At this time, Jiang Fu could vaguely make out the contents of the silk rain painting, although it is still somewhat blurry. However, it is still possible to determine this. The picture depicts a rainy night scene at a street corner in that small town. And spiritual cultivation methods. It means using mental power to depict the content in the catalog. If Jiang Fu could use her mental power, she could completely draw all the scenes within the silk rain scroll. Then the cultivation progress will reach 100%. At this time, with Jiang Fu's spiritual power, he continuously depicted the scenery on the silk rain painting. As spiritual power is continuously depicted, the mental energy that had been previously depleted was also rapidly recovering. Jiang Fu didn't know when she fell asleep in a dream. He arrived in the world depicted in the painting Silk Rain, the once deserted street corner of the town. Another figure appeared. A girl in a blue and white school uniform, holding an oil paper umbrella, smiled sweetly. With a clap of thunder, Jiang Fu opened her eyes. At this time, as dawn broke, the night passed. Jiang Fu lay on the bed and stretched lazily. He then subconsciously looked at the light screen in front of him. Mental strength 1000. Cultivation progress, Silk Rain diagram progress 2. 33%. Jiang Fu narrowed her eyes. One night of cultivation progressed 2.33. In less than 5 days, my cultivation progress will reach 100%. It's another beautiful day. The next moment, Jiang Fu thought of something else. I quickly got up and changed my clothes after washing up. Then we went to the next room. Jiang Fu first used her mental power to probe. The girl is already up. I'm lying in bed playing on my phone. Sensing Jiang Fu's spiritual power, Shijiu raised her head slightly. Come in. Jiang Fu pushed open the door. How are you feeling? Shijiu put her phone aside. I can move now, but I feel weak. It arrived several days faster than expected. Jiang Fu pursed her lips. That means you haven't fully recovered yet. Why don't you continue staying here? Shiju looked into Jiang Fu's eyes and said, okay. The morning sunlight streamed into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The coffee table, which had been cut in half with a fruit knife, had already been thrown out. A new coffee table has been placed in the original spot. Shiju was wearing a beige, slightly fuzzy loungewear set. I lazily curled up on the sofa and played video games. Her waist-length hair was casually draped over her shoulders. A few water droplets still clung to the ends of her hair. On the other side, Jiang Fu was browsing the martial arts forum while holding her brand-new laptop. This morning, Jiang Fu went to the property management office. I bought a lot of things through the community property manager. Besides this laptop, and the clothes he and Shiju were wearing, and breakfast, daily necessities, and a fishing rod then. Jiang Fu then called the housekeeper to bring out the things that Ji Yangxia, Guo Fangdong and their family of 3 had used. They were all thrown into the garbage dump. Guo Xiaofeng's terrifying room, in the other hand, had even had its furnishings removed at last. Jiang Fu, through the property management, directly cancelled the occupancy rights of Guo Fangdong, Ji Yangxia, and Guo Xiaofeng in the Lannan Manor residential community, and secretly opened another one for Shiju. Blue Coast Manor is a high-end residential community for martial arts enthusiasts. Access requires residency permission or personal escort by the homeowner. Then, Guo Fangdong and his family moved in under the guise of taking care of the original owner of the body, and thus gained access to the property, and now the villa remains under Jiang Fu's name. Jiang Fu is already 18 years old. As homeowners in the community, we naturally have the right to cancel the occupancy rights of those 3 individuals. At this time, Jiang Fu browsed the posts on the martial arts forum. A martial artist who has finally come to truly understand this world. In particular, the division of ranks. Martial artists cultivate their qi and blood in 3 levels. A qi and blood value between 100 and 1000 indicates a beginner martial artist. A qi and blood value between 1000 and 10,000 indicates an intermediate level martial artist. If your qi and blood value exceeds 10,000, you are a high-level martial artist. Beyond qi and blood, there lies the transcendent realm. Transform your blood and qi into true qi, and you will transcend the ordinary and attain sainthood. The same principle applies to spiritual practitioners. A mental strength between 100 and 1000 indicates a beginner-level mentalist. Those with a mental strength between 1000 and 10,000 are considered intermediate-level mentalists. A person with a mental strength exceeding 10,000 is considered a high-level mentalist. Condensing spiritual power into mental power is what makes one extraordinary. That's it. Jiang Fu couldn't help but glance at the girl on the other side. So she was extraordinary. Shiju noticed Jiang Fu's gaze. She looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Fu muttered somewhat discontentedly. "I thought it was because mentalists were worthless. Turns out it's just that they look down on me." Shiju was somewhat taken aback. "Who? Someone who doesn't like you, are they blind?" Jiang Fu replied truthfully. "It's Manager Shen from the Martial Arts Guild. Originally, I thought he didn't invite me to join the Martial Arts Guild because he wasn't good enough as a mentalist. Not as good as an ordinary martial artist. Now it seems it was simply that he looked down on me." Shiju moved closer. He gently patted Jiang Fu's shoulder. "That's because he has poor judgment. But it's okay, I've got your back." Jiang Fu nodded. "Okay." In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the slash Shiju had delivered to that unknown mutated beast. And the sword intent still lingers within the blade. If you repeatedly ponder the intent within the sword, could one also cultivate sword intent? Although Jiang Fu longed to become a sword immortal who could traverse the skies on a sword. But Shiju's sword is also very cool, or just a knife and a sword, oh right. Suddenly Jiang Fu thought of something else. "I'm going to the hospital now. Is there anything you need me to bring you?" "Buy qi and blood pills just now." He searched a lot about qi and blood pills on the martial arts forum. Ultimately, It was determined that purchasing it at the hospital was the cheapest option. Although Jiang Fu currently has over 6 million in her bank account. But there will be many other places where we'll need to spend money in the future. Save where you can, Shiju can move now. But his body remained weak. And he couldn't muster any strength. I have to stay at home. Shiju thought for a moment, I want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs. Jiang Fu took out a small notebook and carefully wrote it down. Anything else, Shiju? And crystal shrimp and cream cupcakes, that's all. Good, Jiang Fu put away her notebook, then I'm leaving. Soon Jiang Fu changed her clothes and left the villa. Shiju is his backer, although I have no strength. But that extraordinary level of telekinesis is no joke. And the security system in the Blue Coast Manor residential community is very good. But no one dared to misbehave here this trip. Jiang Fu did not bother Li Dajia again. After all, people need to make a living too. I already wasted their entire afternoon yesterday. In my past life, I was bedridden for 3 years. Jiang Fu still prefers to walk on her own 2 feet. Jiang Fu was dressed in a dark blue tracksuit and white sneakers. Following the route from memories, heading towards the 9th District People's Hospital. This time I went to the hospital. It's not just for the qi and blood elixir. And then there's Guo Fangdong's family of 3. And while we're at it, let's find out. Who exactly is Lao Wu? The 7 men who chased him yesterday all died in the wilderness. Old Wu will definitely be on guard. Although Jiang Fu did it very cleanly. Basically, nobody knows he killed the person. But those 7 people ultimately died because of Jiang Fu. Old Wu will definitely hold a grudge against Jiang Fu and will take even more ruthless measures. At Jiang Fu's current speed, even without using their full strength, they arrived at the 9th District People's Hospital very quickly. Along the way, it attracted the attention of many passers-by. But Jiang Fu wasn't wearing that eye-catching school uniform. Many people have become accustomed to it, after all. There are still quite a few martial artists in the city. Inside the hospital, Jiang Fu used her mental energy to scan the entire hospital. However, Guo Fangdong Ji Yangxia and Guo Xiaofeng were nowhere to be found. He couldn't help but frown, that's right. The 9th District People's Hospital is just a hospital for ordinary people. Not a hospital exclusively for martial artists. They should have been transferred to the Martial Arts Hospital. Jiang Fu realized the truths. At the same time, I felt a little regretful. Guo Fangdong's family could never possibly be staying in such a low-income hospital. And their situation is indeed somewhat tricky. Jiang Fu shook her head and returned to her hospital room. Where are my medical records? Jiang Fu searched the room and found that the medical record that had been hanging at the foot of the bed was gone. Did the doctor or nurse take my medical records after I left? Hey nurse, just then Jiang Fu's eyes lit up. He saw the young nurse who had taken care of him in the ward before. When the young nurse saw Jiang Fu, her eyebrows immediately furrowed. She angrily shouted, Jiang Fu, where did you go last night? Do you know how dangerous your situation is right now? What if something happens to you outside? Jiang Fu coughed, I went out to earn money. The young nurse was taken aback, make money. Jiang Fu nodded yes. Wasn't it said that only the qi and blood pill could cure my illness? I can't just sit here and wait to die. The nurse was stunned for a moment, so. Did you make any money? Jiang Fu frowned. We've struck gold, but my medical records are missing. Jiang Fu had checked on the martial arts forum. The 9th District People's Hospital exclusively supplies Qi Dan, a traditional Huxia medicine formula. But a corresponding medical record is required to purchase it at a 40% discount. The nurse finally breathed a sigh of relief. She gave Jiang Fu a thumbs up. Earned 300,000 in just one day. No wonder he's a young genius who dared to venture into the wilderness so soon after becoming a martial artist. Your medical record was probably accidentally taken away by the cleaning staff. It's all right. That's just a photocopy of the medical record. I'll get you another one after saying that. The nurse scratched her head again, muttering to herself with some confusion. That's not right. Even if the cleaning staff are careless, they wouldn't take the medical records from the VIP ward. I heard the nurse muttering to herself. Jiang Fu's heart stirred slightly. Could it be that old Wu took my medical records? Thinking of Lao Wu's existence, Jiang Fu's heart sank. He used his mental power to control the phone, quietly moving it to his chest. The camera function is turned on. There's a post on the martial arts forum that mentions this. Many martial artists can use special techniques to block their qi and blood, thus reducing their presence. Hiding in the shadows, silently observing the enemy. Jiang Fu is still a newbie right now, even though his mental power covers a radius of 100 meters. However, in a crowded and chaotic hospital, oversights can easily occur. Therefore, we can only use the most basic method. Turn on your phone's camera. Record everyone you meet along the way. Go back and look for it slowly. I'd give that old Wu 10 times the courage. He wouldn't dare to harm himself in the hospital. Once a martial artist dares to kill someone in broad daylight in the city. The official organization of the Xia Kingdom. The Martial Arts Guild. We will hunt him down to the ends of the earth until he is dead. Cities are among the few places in the world that still possess civilized order. Oh right, suddenly Jiang Fu spoke again, nurse. Where did Ji Yangxia go? The nurse pouted, he said irritably. They've been transferred to another hospital. They should be at the 9th Martial Arts Hospital in Bincheng now. I think of that family of 3. The young nurse felt both frustrated and wanting to laugh. A family of 3 altogether neat and tidy. Blood sugar, blood lipids, and blood pressure all spiked. Fortunately, they were martial artists. For an ordinary person, it would be gone immediately. Certainly, this disease is not something that a small, ordinary hospital like the 9th District People's Hospital can treat. So yesterday afternoon, the family of 3 was transferred to the Martial Arts Hospital in District 9. Jiang Fu silently made a note of it. Then I followed the nurse out of the ward and got a new copy of my medical record at the nurse's station. Can I be discharged now? The nurse looked Jiang Fu up and down. Are you sure everything's all right? Jiang Fu smiled. If the qi and blood pill works, then there's no problem. If it doesn't work, continuing hospitalization is just a waste of money. The nurse nodded, okay. The treatment costs are non-refundable, however. Your homeroom teacher paid for half a month's worth of VIP hospital room fees for you. A standard VIP room costs 800 yuan per day. And that amount is refundable. Do you want cash or? Jiang Fu's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that day. After teacher Su had scolded Ji Yangxia, a figure hurriedly departing. Refund to the original account, the nurse nodded, okay. You can buy the qi and blood pills at the pharmacy on the 2nd floor. Go buy the medicine first. Then come back and process your discharge. Jiang Fu nodded. Take the medical record to the 2nd floor. But he had just arrived at the entrance of the pharmacy on the 2nd floor. Then a somewhat familiar figure walked out from inside. Jiang Fu blurted out instinctively, Zhang Qilin. What are you doing here? This boy was Zhang Qilin, Jiang Fu's deskmate. It's not even noon yet, school must be out yet. Why did he end up at the hospital pharmacy? When Zhang Qilin saw Jiang Fu, he was taken aback. His face clearly showed signs of panic. I just came to take a look. He instinctively hit a red box behind his back. Jiang Fu scanned it with her mental power. Then he clicked his tongue, so it's a qi and blood pill. You're really rich. This Zhang Qilin always complains about being poor in front of the original owner of this body. Whether there's something to it or not. The original owner had long been manipulated by Ji Yangxia and her family into becoming a soft-hearted, easily swayed person. She couldn't resist Zhang Qilin's pitiful gaze, therefore. They often used their own resources to help the other party. The original owner consistently ranked first in her class and among the top 10 in her grade. The school provides resource rewards. In addition to the resource subsidies from the 9th Middle School Martial Arts Department. That's a considerable sum, and these resources. He then divided it into 3 parts. One small portion for myself. A small portion was given to Zhang Qilin. A large portion was used to lick Han Ryubing. In the end, after licking away, they had nothing left. Then now, Jiang Fu didn't think that Zhang Qilin in front of her was there to visit her in the hospital. He met Jiang Fu's slightly probing gaze. Zhang Qilin chuckled, "I have something to do. So I'll be going now," as they were talking. He left the pharmacy without looking back. Jiang Fu ignored Zhang Qilin. He strode into the pharmacy and handed the medical record to the window. "Hello, please prescribe the medication." The middle-aged doctor at the window took the medical record and glanced at it carefully. Another qi and blood pill. When he saw the name on the medical record, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Jiang Fu was slightly taken aback. "What's wrong?" The doctor shook his head and explained. "One medical record allows you to purchase a maximum of 3 qi and blood pills at a 40% discount." Jiang Fu nodded. "I know one is enough. 1 qi and blood pill, Jiang Fu has 10 of them." Jiang Fu's qi and blood were scattered, and her qi and blood lost their ability to heal themselves. According to the doctor's orders in the medical record, 1 qi and blood pill is enough. The doctor was very efficient. "Pay and get your medication." Completed in one go, it really is a qi and blood pill. Jiang Fu looked at the small red box in her hand. He immediately thought of Zhang Qilin from earlier. So he's been saving money by living frugally and freeloading. All to buy qi and blood pills. They're really going all out to become martial artists. Qi Dan is essentially a medicine. It can both heal wounds and improve blood circulation, to help aspiring martial artists reach the level of a true martial artist. I received the qi and blood pill. Jiang Fu did not hesitate. I went straight to complete the discharge procedures. The hospital fees that teacher Su had prepaid were refunded to his account. After doing all that, Jiang Fu left the 9th People's Hospital immediately. We headed straight to a large supermarket nearby. "I need sweet and sour pork ribs, crystal shrimp. And cream cakes. Oh no, I can't cook, in my past life." Jiang Fu was diagnosed with ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, when she was in high school. ALS is particularly severe in this age group. Not long after, he became paralyzed and bedridden. But in this lifetime, I actually have memories of cooking in my head. Looks like her cooking skills are pretty good. If my culinary skills were multiplied by 10, wouldn't I be a culinary god thinking like that? Jiang Fu pushed the shopping cart. They then began shopping at the supermarket. After buying the ingredients, cake, and seasonings, Jiang Fu felt that something was missing suddenly. He then remembered the suitcase filled with snacks in Shijiu's storage badge. "So I ran to the snack section and went on a rampage." Only after filling his shopping cart did he head to the checkout counter. Completely satisfied, but at that very moment, a commotion suddenly broke out in the seafood section. Terrified screams rang out. "Oh no, it's alienation. That crab has mutated into a mutant beast. Run." In an instant, the entire supermarket was in chaos. It was almost noon and the supermarket was quite crowded. In an instant, screams and wails rose and fell. Everyone scrambled to escape the seafood section. They surged chaotically toward the emergency exit. Jiang Fu frowned slightly. He pushed the shopping cart, skillfully weaving through the chaotic crowd. Then he used his mental power to scan the seafood section. At this time, the seafood section was a complete mess. A colossal creature entirely pale blue, with a diameter exceeding 5 meters. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, showing off their power and prestige. Fortunately, the seafood counters are lined with densely packed water tanks. This mutated beast was newly formed, except for one unlucky guy who tripped over a water tank while escaping and fell, bleeding profusely from his face. There were no other casualties. A second system panel floated out in front of Jiang Fu's eyes. Species Blue Abyss King Crab Level 1. Weakness Mouth Most Valuable Part, Crab Legs. Jiang Fu licked her lips. Such a big king crab, it must be delicious. Thinking like that, his figure blurred into a streak as he hurtled towards the king crab. The mutated beast appeared in the blink of an eye. Alarms sounded in the area near the supermarket. The city patrol warriors closest to the supermarket rushed towards it at top speed. In cities where humans live, biological mutation, resulting in the creation of mutant beasts, is not unheard of, but the probability is very small. It's roughly equivalent to an ordinary person finding an abyss fruit in the city and then using the abyss fruit to activate a sequence. The odds are about the same as winning the lottery. City patrol warriors. It's for dealing with all kinds of emergencies. Examples of biological mutations into mutant beasts are rare. However, there are numerous examples of mutated beasts infiltrating cities through various means. Inside the supermarket, Jiang Fu quickly arrived at the edge of the seafood section. Hidden behind a shelf, in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras in this world. The ocean is teeming with mutated beasts. Even farmed seafood is considered a luxury item, therefore. There weren't many people in the seafood section. They've all fled to other places by now. The blue abyss king crab is very large, including its 8 legs. The crab is over 5 meters in diameter. However, it had just mutated into a mutant beast. They were unable to adapt to this body that had suddenly grown larger and stronger. 8 crab legs were thrashing back and forth on the ground. Jiang Fu's eyes brightened slightly. The legs of the blue abyss king crab must be delicious. A blade the size of a palm floated out of Jiang Fu's pocket. This is the blade that Jiang Fu used to cut from another battle sword, with the battle sword that contained the essence of Shijiu's sword. Then it goes through a series of multiplications by 10. Although there was no sword intent from Shijiu on the blade. However, its advantage lies in its small size, making it easy to hide. But it's more than enough to protect yourself within the city. The next moment, Jiang Fu's mental energy stirred slightly. A dark blade flashed and instantly disappeared into the mouth of the blue abyss emperor crab. In an instant, enormous king crab, which had been baring its fangs and claws, collapsed to the ground motionless. Jiang Fu scanned the area with her mental power. Such a big crab. It died immediately after its weak point was penetrated. Just like the previous silver moon wolf, Jiang Fu cleaved his waist in 2 with a knife. It didn't even struggle, it died instantly. Could it be that the weakness revealed by the system's light screen? If I can strike it with a single blow and break through its defenses, will allow me to kill it instantly. Well, let's set it up like this for now. We'll practice that gradually later. Various thoughts flashed through Jiang Fu's mind. But he was anything but slow. A blade flashed past. The 8 legs of the blue abyss king crab were immediately removed. Then he was enveloped by Jiang Fu's mental power. They were taken to a secluded corner outside the supermarket and hidden away. This is my own spoils of where it's not a problem if I take it. Right after doing all that, Jiang Fu pushed the shopping cart and strolled leisurely toward the checkout. Shortly after he left, 3 figures broke through the window and rushed into the supermarket. They were 3 burly young martial artists dressed in matching dark blue combat uniforms. They arrived at the seafood section at a glance. He saw the blue abyss emperor crab on the ground, its leg and lifeless body lying there. Fortunately, there are other martial artists nearby. No casualties were reported. Seeing this, the 3 of them breathed a long sigh of relief. One of them joked that guy was really strong. He killed the blue abyss emperor crab in just over 10 seconds. Judging from this person must be a foodie who's been to sea before and knows that the legs of the blue abyss king crab are delicious. But before he could finish speaking, rumble. The entire supermarket suddenly trembled. The floor tiles underfoot cracked. 3 dark red octopus tentacles covered with blue ring-shaped markings. It suddenly shot out from below. It swept towards the 3 patrolling martial artists. And there are mutated beasts. The 3 martial artists' expressions changed. They are very fast. He dodged it in an instant. Jiang Fu was leisurely pushing her shopping cart toward the checkout counter. Upon seeing this, he paused slightly. His mental energy instantly locked onto the underground parking garage beneath the supermarket. In the underground parking garage, A gigantic octopus had appeared out of nowhere. Those menacing tentacles were definitely over 20 meters long. Its body surface is covered with blue ring-shaped markings, which are shimmering with a faint blue light. Species blue-ringed octopus level 2. Weakness as shown in the image. Most valuable part venom gland. Note the octopus did not mutate. It unlocked its genetic potential. And at the very bottom of the light screen, it presents a 3D image of the blue-ringed octopus. A small red dot appeared somewhere on the octopus's body. This is precisely the octopus's weak point, however. The red dots appearing in the image are not in a fixed position. Instead, it moves continuously inside the octopus's body. Jiang Fu was somewhat bewildered. The octopus didn't mutate. Did it unlock its genetic potential? What's the meaning? In a daze, information about octopuses involuntarily surfaced in Jiang Fu's mind. Octopuses are very peculiar creatures, possessing 9 brains, exceptionally intelligent and perceptive, with an extraordinarily high IQ. They possess strong learning and imitation abilities. But this creature seems to possess some kind of genetic lock. After procreation, life comes to an end. Newborn octopuses cannot acquire knowledge and experience from their predecessors. Everything had to be figured out from scratch, therefore. Octopuses have always been switching between predator and prey. Therefore, the blue-ringed octopus in the underground parking garage isn't a mutation, but rather a fully unlocked form of its genetic potential. System interface display. This is only a level 2 blue-ringed octopus. Without mutating into a mutant beast, one can reach level 2. Doesn't this mean? Can octopuses like humans level up through cultivation or other means? Jiang Fu couldn't help but gasp. This isn't a mutated beast, it's practically a monster. Binchang is a coastal city on the other side of the city. The safe passage from Zone 1 to Zone 6 leads to the boundless sea. The city walls and safety passages that house those 6 areas. They are constantly under attack from mutated beasts in the ocean. It can be said that Binchang is like a fortress standing on the coastline, a hurdle in the fight against mutated sea monsters. Now, the blue-ringed octopus in the underground parking garage must have come from the ocean. And it was the 6th one, just like the blood-eyed golden tiger that Jiang Fu had seen before. They used mutated beasts as bait to lure and capture human martial artists. Etc. Wrong suddenly. Jiang Fu's heart tightened again. The blue abyss emperor crab has just mutated into a mutant beast. What? How did that blue-ringed octopus know the king crab was about to mutate? A coincidence, or is the king crab's mutation related to the blue-ringed octopus? Thinking about this, Jiang Fu narrowed her eyes. Suddenly, another mutated beast came to mind. The giant black python with a crown on its head. We'll know what happened once we arrest him. Thinking like that, Jiang Fu moved her shopping cart to a place unaffected by the disaster. Then he retrieved a baseball cap with its tag still on, and a black face mask from another area of the supermarket. After a simple disguise, Zhang Xian cat waist. Following the toppled shelves, they moved to a different location without anyone noticing. At the same time, the 3 patrolling warriors finally saw clearly the tentacles that were flashing with blue rings. His expression changed drastically instantly. Oh no. It's a level 2 blue-ringed octopus. Call for backup immediately. The blue-ringed octopus is not a mutated beast, but it is more terrifying than any mutated beast. It contains a terrifying neurotoxin. Even the slightest bit gets on it. Even a high-level martial artist with over 0 units of chi and blood will die quickly. Protect yourself, don't get entangled by its tentacles. And also hold it back. We absolutely cannot let that beast get anywhere else. The 3 city defense warriors gritted their teeth. He let out a series of angry shouts at the same time. It was constantly making noise to attract the attention of the blue-ringed octopus. If the blue-ringed octopus gets into a residential area, even if a high-level martial artist came and killed him, it will also cause a large number of casualties. And at this moment, The area around the supermarket has been cordoned off and completely sealed off. It forms a battlefield. Jiang Fu huddled in the corner. The sharp blade slipped silently into the underground parking lot through the crack in the ground. A great opportunity suddenly. Jiang Fu's spirit stirred swish. The dark blade blurred into a fleeting afterimage. It stabbed towards the blue-ringed octopus inside the underground parking garage. The blue-ringed octopus's enormous eyeballs suddenly moved. The image of the blade was reflected in Huang Chengcheng's eyes. Snap, but in the very next moment, a tentacle's afterimage flashed by. It struck the blade heavily. He slapped the blade away. At the same time, the blue-ringed octopus was bright yellow, with a horizontal stripe in the middle that resembled an abyss. He instantly looked towards Jiang Fu's location. Immediately afterwards, the two tentacles trembled slightly. It pierced through reinforced concrete in an instant and swept towards Jiang Fu. While so fast, Jiang Fu's expression changed. "It can see me." Immediately his figure swayed. They left that corner in an instant. Boom, a loud bang. The shelves in that area were completely overturned. At this moment, the three patrolling warriors had completely dispersed. It constantly attracted the attention of the tentacles from three directions. Their eyes lit up when they saw another person suddenly appear in the supermarket. But when they saw Jiang Fu's attire clearly, I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He was just a passerby, not a reinforcement sent from headquarters, and, judging from his chi and blood, is not very strong. Barely reaching the threshold of a quasi-martial artist. One of them dodged the tentacle attack at the same time. He shouted loudly, "Fringe it out of here, it's dangerous." Facing a level 2 blue-ringed octopus, a mere quasi-martial artist is not even cannon fodder. Jiang Fu pressed down the brim of her baseball cap. At the same time, he swayed his body, dodging the entanglement of the two tentacles. His voice was hoarse. "You guys try to distract it. I'll kill it." The three patrolling martial artists were taken aback by what they heard. They were just about to speak. Suddenly, a shelf next to Jiang Fu was lifted into the air. It directly blocked the attacks from the left and right sides of the two tentacles. Then it spun rapidly in midair, using its immense inertia. It twisted the two tentacles into a pretzel shape. Holy crap, a psychic! The three looked at each other across the distance, and all saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Blue-ringed octopus. Especially this type of blue-ringed octopus that has unlocked its genetic potential. Its entire body is covered in deadly poison. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't dare get close. But a mentalist who can control objects remotely is a different story. "Good, leave it to us." The three exchanged a glance. The people who were originally scattered immediately gathered together. At the same time, he swung his battle blade. Slashing heavily at one of the tentacles, banged 3 cuts. Blue blood was spilled. The blue-ringed octopus's 8 tentacles twitched slightly. And at that very moment, the blade that had been knocked away by the blue-ringed octopus moved. This strike 10 times faster. Damage multiplied by 10, swoosh, puff, 1 cut, piercing the body of the blue-ringed octopus. In an instant, the blue-ringed octopus's body trembled violently. The 8 enormous tentacles also twisted and twitched from extreme pain. It quickly shrank back underground. The 3 patrolling warriors, who were originally surrounded by tentacles, saw this. I breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then they looked at the figure in the dark blue tracksuit with admiration. This is the spiritual master. Faced with the blue-ringed octopus hiding underground, ordinary martial artists couldn't even pinpoint its location. But a psychic can not only pinpoint the location of the blue-ringed octopus, but also injure it from a distance. Jiang Fu frowned slightly, just a little bit more. The blue-ringed octopus's weakness is constantly shifting within its body. That stab just now, although it pierced the blue-ringed octopus's body, it did not cause it fatal damage. Again, Jiang Fu gritted her teeth. The sharp blade spun once in the parking lot. It carries a sharp, piercing edge. They charged at the blue-ringed octopus once more. At the same time, they located the constantly shifting, Fatal weakness within the blue-ringed octopus's body. At this very moment, the giant blue-ringed octopus had sensed the danger. Its enormous body was like liquid. They squeezed into a gap deep inside the parking lot. Puff. The blade pierced the blue-ringed octopus's body once more. The blue-ringed octopus's body twitched once more. The speed dropped instantly. It still failed to strike its fatal weakness. Above the system's light screen, that tiny red dot was moving faster and faster. The giant blue-ringed octopus was about to escape the range of his mental energy. Squeeze into that crevice, Jiang Fu gritted her teeth. Since we can't hit the fatal weakness, let's try a different approach. This strike 10 times faster. This strike is 10 times more destructive. This strike deals 10 times the damage. Lasts for 10 seconds. Puff. The blade sliced through the void. It stabbed fiercely at the blue-ringed octopus's large, bright yellow eyes. Just as the blade approached the blue-ringed octopus's eye, then another one suddenly appeared. He slammed his fist down on the blade, but at this moment, Jiang Fu had already made preparations. At a neural reaction speed multiplied by 10, the blade slowed down for a moment. Then it suddenly accelerated again. The sharp blade pierced through the tentacles of the blue-ringed octopus. It pierced fiercely into that enormous yellow eye. In an instant, the blue-ringed octopus's enormous body began to convulse violently. The 8 enormous tentacles also began to twist wildly. The enormous body struggled frantically in the underground parking garage. Puff. The next moment, the blade, sharp and menacing, flew out from the other eye of the blue-ringed octopus. It brought up a thick, sticky liquid. The blue-ringed octopus struggled more and more frantically. It twisted and struggled wildly inside the underground parking lot. At the same time, a large amount of ink was sprayed from its mouth. I sensed movement coming from underground. The 3 patrolling martial artists couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. At the same time, they looked at the figure wearing a dark blue tracksuit. Their gaze has shifted from worship to awe. A mentalist, how terrifying today. If it weren't for this seemingly young spiritual master, the 3 of them will surely die here. The residential areas surrounding the supermarket will also suffer irreparable damage. And at this moment, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Fu's eyes. Under the control of mental power, that blade was no bigger than the palm of your hand. Following the blue-ringed octopus's eye, pierce into its body. It constantly wanders back and forth within it, wantonly causing destruction suddenly. Jiang Fu's blade paused finally. We ran head-on into the small red dot marked on the system's light screen. Puff. With a muffled thud, the blue-ringed octopus's enormous body stopped convulsing. The 8 enormous tentacles also fell limply to the ground. Complete silence. The 3 patrolling warriors saw that the commotion on the ground had ceased. One of them cautiously asked, "Sir, did that blue-ringed octopus escape?" Jiang Fu shook her head slightly and replied calmly, "Dead." Dead." Hearing Jiang Fu's words, the 3 patrolling warriors were immediately stunned. The blue-ringed octopus is not a mutated beast. However, it is also a level 2 entity. What incredible vitality! Even a high-level martial artist with over 10 0 chi and blood would have to expend some effort to defeat him. Only then can the level 2 blue-ringed octopus be completely killed. But right now, from the appearance of this unknown psychic to the slaying of the blue-ringed octopus, how long has it been? 10 seconds, 20 seconds? Is the destructive power of a mentalist really that exaggerated? Jiang Fu ignored the expressions on their faces. He used his mental power to control the blade and sliced open the blue-ringed octopus's body. Blue-ringed octopus is poisonous and should not be eaten. However, that venom gland, where are the poison glands? Jiang Fu muttered something immediately. He was about to take out his phone to search online. A patrolling martial artist overheard Jiang Fu muttering to himself. He quickly replied, "The net-like structure inside the blue-ringed octopus is its venom gland." Jiang Fu nodded thanks immediately. He followed the instructions of the patrolling martial artist. The venom glands of the blue-ringed octopus were cut off. It was sent to other places using mental power. And at this moment, the three patrolling warriors were in a sorry state. His combat suit was tattered and covered in the slime from the blue-ringed octopus. If it weren't for the protection of combat uniforms, these three people have probably already been poisoned to death by the blue-ringed octopus. At this moment, they also followed the crack in the supermarket floor and saw the enormous, gutted carcass of a blue-ringed octopus in the underground parking lot. Adult when the three looked again. Jiang Fu was nowhere to be seen, and at this time, other patrol warrior squads also came to provide support. Now from the time the Blue Abyss Emperor Crab mutated, to the appearance of the Blue Ring Octopus and now, the entire process should take no more than 1 minute. Blue Abyss King Crab and Blue Ringed Octopus. Zhang Chong, what exactly happened? Zhang Chong was one of the first 3 patrolling warriors. He is also the captain of the patrol team. He steadied himself and recounted what had just happened. Upon hearing this, the other patrolling warriors' expressions turned grim. Biological alienation. Blue-ringed octopuses have invaded. None of these are trivial matters, fortunately. That powerful mentalist was there otherwise. By the way, send people to investigate and seal that crack as soon as possible to prevent anything else from invading the city. While the group was cleaning up the mess, Zhang Chong suddenly spoke. That blue-ringed octopus was using the Blue Abyss King Crab as bait to lure and kill martial artists. He paused, he asked somewhat bewildered. How did that blue-ringed octopus know that the Blue Abyss Emperor Crab would undergo mutation? The words had barely left his mouth. The surroundings were deathly silent. Jiang Fu retrieved her shopping cart, heading towards the checkout area. I also grabbed a few travel backpacks at this time. All customers and staff in the supermarket have been evacuated. At this point, the crisis alert had been lifted. However, the supermarket remains under lockdown. Many people returned and gathered near the cordon to watch. I want to see what the mutated beasts actually look like. Not long after, Jiang Fu pushed a full shopping cart out of the supermarket. I walked up to the self-checkout, drawing everyone's attention. They began scanning the QR code and paying in an orderly manner. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something else. Remove the tags from your hat and mask. I went through all the self-service checkout machines. Finally settle the bill and pay in this process. All eyes in the vicinity were on Jiang Fu. I saw him carrying large and small bags as he walked out of the supermarket. They all made way for them. Young people these days are really daring. There are mutated beasts in the supermarket. And he's still so calm and collected. What do you mean by calm and collected? I think this guy is just trying to show off in front of others. Who knows? The face underneath the mask and baseball cap might be terrified. But I definitely fell for his act. Holy crap, he's so calm. I was so scared I almost peed my pants. But what exactly is this strange thing that's changed in the supermarket? Online. They say it's crab and I think there's also octopus. A while later, Zhang Chong and the other patrolling warriors came out from inside. Within the underground parking garage, there exists a fissure leading to an unknown area. Send men to seal it off immediately, yes. Hey Captain Zhang, what exactly happened inside? Was it resolved so quickly? A look of relief, as if he had just escaped a disaster, appeared on Zhang Chong's face. A Tier 1 Blue Abyss Emperor Crab and a Tier 2 Blue Ring Octopus. They were all dealt with by a mysterious and powerful psychic. When speaking, Zhang Chong's face was filled with undisguised admiration. That's a second-tier blue-ringed octopus, over 20 meters long, in front of the spiritual master. They were completely dead in less than 20 seconds. What a pity. That psychic was wearing a mask and a baseball cap, so we didn't get to see his face. Upon hearing Zhang Chong's words, suddenly, a figure surfaced in the minds of the others around them. Was that psychic master wearing a dark blue tracksuit? Zhang Chong nodded. Yes, you saw them too. Are those people mentally ill? I've already paid the bill, why are you still staring at me? You're saying I'm showing off. What did I show off about? How is paying the bills showing off? Jiang Fu mumbled something under her breath. I quickened my pace and left the supermarket area. In his past life, he was paralyzed in a hospital bed for 3 years. I spend most of my time listening to audiobooks, watching dramas and scrolling through short videos. Aside from his parents and younger brother, he rarely saw any other living people. Seeing so many people all of a sudden is a bit disorienting, especially those people who were staring straight at him. It made him feel uncomfortable all over. Jiang Fu even wondered if it was because she hadn't been communicating with people for a long time. I'm starting to have some social anxiety. Yesterday, after returning from the wilderness area, I was at the entrance to the safe passage and the trading post of the Warriors Guild. Jiang Fu felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at by so many martial artists. But back then, having someone to rely on gave me a sense of security. But now Jiang Fu was all alone here. I should have just left without paying like everyone else. He used his mental power to press down the brim of his hat. He quickly dodged and changed direction. In a corner of the street, they found the blue abyss king crab legs that they had hidden earlier, as well as the venom glands of the blue-ringed octopus. At this time, because a mutated beast appeared at the supermarket, many people went over to see what was going on. Therefore, no pedestrians were seen in this blind spot of the street corner. Jiang Fu multiplied the internal space of the backpack she bought by 10. Then, they put the crab legs and venom glands into 2 separate backpacks. After doing all that, Jiang Fu looked up at the sky. The sky was clear and blue in the morning, but now it's covered with gray dark clouds. A gentle breeze blew by, making it a little chilly. Jiang Fu quickened his pace. We sped through the city and soon returned to the Blue Coast Manor residential area. It's just noon. The living room was quiet. Shijiu, dressed in a fluffy off-white loungewear, huddled in a corner of the sofa. He was holding his phone, but he was already asleep. Jiang Fu put down her backpack and took off her mask and baseball cap. He hesitated for a moment. He walked slowly to Shijiu's side and took the phone from her hand. Then stretch out your arms and gently lift the person up. The girl's breathing was light and shallow, her sleeping face serene. It seemed as if I sensed that familiar presence. The slight frown on his brow instantly relaxed. Her fair and delicate cheeks unconsciously rubbed against Jiang Fu's chest. Jiang Fu felt a refreshing and pleasant fragrance waft towards her. My heart felt like it was being brushed by a feather. Ticklish. Next time I go to Nebula M78 to hunt Ultraman, I must conceal my scent. Oh right. What's that thing that masks the smell called again? I'll check the martial arts forum later. I've heard that Darkseid and Captain America's wedding is approaching. My mind is filled with a jumble of thoughts. Jiang Fu, carrying Shijiu, had already arrived at the room on the 2nd floor. Gently placed the person on the bed. The weather is still a bit chilly. Jiang Fu tucked Shijiu in, placed her phone on the bedside table, and then closed the door and left. The instant the door closed, I think I heard a dissatisfied grumble. Jiang Fu breathed a slight sigh of relief. Oh no, she's gotten used to being held like this. I saw a girl sleeping alone on the sofa. He couldn't resist the urge to carry the person away. Jiang Fu shook her head. She walked briskly back to the living room on the 1st floor. I sorted out the spoils I brought back this time, categorizing them into different types. Snacks and small cakes were placed on the coffee table. The ingredients haven't been touched. Let's talk about it after Shijiu wakes up. He fell asleep at this time, probably because of the snake venom. I thought of snake venom. Jiang Fu glanced again at the backpack containing the blue-ringed octopus's venom glands. This thing should be quite valuable. However, Jiang Fu had no intention of selling this thing. The venom of a level 2 blue-ringed octopus, when applied to a blade, would undoubtedly be a deadly weapon. Those 8 enormous king crab legs. It was also cut open by Jiang Fu. Discard the excess parts. Keep only the best parts and put them in the refrigerator. After everything was organized in an orderly manner, Jiang Fu then took out the red box. Remove the qi and blood pill from inside. The qi and blood pill was sealed in wax. It was dark red inside, like congealed blood. Now is not the time to take qi and blood pills. Wait until the effect of multiplying by 10 has worn off before consuming it to maximize your benefit. Jiang Fu silently put away the qi and blood pill then. He touched his stomach again. I ate quite a lot this morning. I'm not hungry yet, time to try my sequence. Thinking about my own sequence, Jiang Fu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Change into your loungewear. He carried the fishing rod and small stool he bought that morning. They ran to the pool in the backyard of the villa. Space is the river, time is the water. At the pinnacle of all realms, I fish across the heavens. Conceptual system, divine sequence. A fisherman never goes home empty-handed. Jiang Fu doesn't know how to fish. The casting motion was also not standard. But as long as the fishing hook can be cast into the water, that's fine, and just as Jiang Fu cast his fishing rod, this world-thigh's vast expanse of heaven and earth seems to be spinning rapidly and shrinking. It condensed into a small spot of light. The light spot receded rapidly, merging with countless other light spots. It forms the phantom image of a mighty river. It vanished in a flash. Oh, there's a countdown. Jiang Fu did not notice the existence of the great river. But a countdown appeared on the sequence screen in his mind. 60 minutes left in the countdown. Jiang Fu can use the power of the divine sequence to fish out any item of any grade. Good luck multiplied by 10, lasting for 60 minutes. The probability of fishing up high-level items is multiplied by 10. Lasting for 60 minutes, multiply by 10. Jiang Fu sat on a small stool and began fishing leisurely. However, just fishing can be a bit boring. So he took out his phone and used his mental power to make it float in front of him. Start browsing the martial arts forum. Something that can mask one's own scent is called a breath-concealing spray. The name is straightforward, without any unnecessary mystery. A 100 ml bottle costs 166,000. Jiang Fu couldn't help but grimace. That's really expensive before entering the wilderness. Spray this on yourself to mask all your scent. The duration is 12 hours, by the way. Those 7 martial artists who were chasing me should have had contact spray in their backpacks. The backpack also contained many small, miscellaneous items. Jiang Fu didn't recognize them, so she just left them in a corner at this time. Jiang Fu used her mental power to rummage through her backpack. Sure enough, a bottle of breath-closing spray was found in the corner. More than half of it has already been used. Multiply by 10s. Jiang Fu did not hesitate and directly multiplied the half bottle of concealing mist by 10. Then Jiang Fu had 10.5 bottles of concealing mist. Suddenly, Jiang Fu felt the fishing rod in her hand twitch slightly. He instinctively reeled in his line, then a long, purplish-red sword appeared at the other end of the fishing rod. This is a sword. Jiang Fu's eyes lit up. I used to dream of becoming a sword immortal who could soar through the skies on a sword. And here I am fishing up a sword. This is the sequence of gods. You can fish a real sword out of the swimming pool. It's utterly fabricated, defying all common sense. Jiang Fu happily reached out and took the longsword that shimmered with a pale purple glow. The instant the sword hilt touched my hand, in front of Jiang Fu, suddenly a third system light screen lit up immediately. Information about the sword appeared on the light screen. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. He never expected that he would use the divine sequence to fish up a sword. It actually triggered the third system light curtain. Name, Ziming category, flying sword, psychic weapon. Grade 3, high-grade yellow rank. Refining progress, 0. Jiang Fu's eyes lit up. Flying sword, telekinetic weapons, Huanjiang superior. Incoming weapons previously. Jiang Fu had obtained the battle sword from the martial artists who were chasing him. Although it is used by martial artists, it has no rank. It can only be considered an ordinary weapon. The difference between a weapon of high quality and one of exceptional quality is like the difference between an ordinary martial artist and an extraordinary martial artist. Weapons of high quality need to be refined to unleash their true power. But the name of this sword, Purple Cry. It sounds like a rooster crowing. No, that's not impressive enough. It needs to be changed. What should I call you? Got it, Jiang Fu's eyes lit up. From now on your name will be, wait. The words had barely left his mouth. The purple blade trembled slightly. It seems to be a response at the same time. The name displayed on the system's light screen. It also changed from Ziming to Keeman. Jiang Fu smiled smugly. Wait, flying sword. This is the kind of name a sword belonging to a sixth brother should have. Multiply by 10, refine it first, then multiply by 10. As is customary, the higher the grade of the weapon, the more difficult the refining process becomes. Ungraded weapons do not require refining. Jiang Fu cast the fishing hook back into the pool. He then channeled his spiritual energy, slowly permeating it into the flying sword in an instant. What Jiang Fu sensed first were the mysterious and complex runes. The moment my spiritual power touched these intricate runes, Jiang Fu felt a tremendous suction force, which directly swallowed her spiritual power. The next second, the originally dim runes began to glow faintly. Above the system's light screen, the refining progress, which was originally 0, has now become 0.01%. Jiang Fu's mental strength value dropped from 1,000 to 900. Jiang Fu gasped. 100% of your mental power, and you've only refined 0.01%. Is this really necessary? Luckily, I didn't rashly multiply the refining speed by 10. Otherwise, my mental energy would have been depleted in a second. Jiang Fu twitched the corner of her mouth. He finally remembered the description of the graded weapons. This thing is used by extraordinary martial artists. Only those with extraordinary spiritual cultivation can successfully refine a graded weapon. Below the extraordinary level, these are the weapons used by ordinary martial artists. These are low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier weapons, such as battle swords, but no rush, take your time. If I can refine even 10%, it's 100% refinement to me. Now that I'm practicing the rainy night stargazing chart, my mental energy can recover at any time. However, the quality can only be multiplied by 10 after this sword is completely refined. Thinking like that, Jiang Fu slowly refined the flying sword in his mind. He mentally sketched the street scene of Silky Rain map. At the same time, Bincheng 9th Martial Arts Hospital. Guo Fangdong's face turned purplish red, and he looked much larger than usual. His entire body was covered in various tubes. Lying in bed, whimpering. Sitting beside the bed was a man with narrow, elongated eyebrows and a gloomy face. He looked at Guo Fangdong on the bed and said quietly, "I need the access control for the Blue Coast Manor residential complex." Guo Fangdong blinked his swollen eyelids. He said weakly, "Old Wu, Blue Coast Manor is a martial arts community with tight security. Are you sure you want to make a move there?" Old Wu gritted his teeth. "Because of your good nephew Hu Zai. The Pengang Zithier all gone. That's a brother I've been through thick and thin with for over a decade. No matter what, Jiang Fu must die. That 7-man hunting team didn't have the capability to spend the night in the wilderness. They haven't returned home all night, and their phones are switched off. It seems the chances of survival are slim. Regardless of whether Jiang Fu killed the person or not, those people entered the wilderness area for Jiang Fu. The blame, naturally, should all be placed on Jiang Fu. I thought this would just be a simple hunting mission. Unexpectedly, they lost 7 brothers." Guo Fangdong closed his eyes briefly. "In my jacket pocket. After it's done, I'll give you another 300 million. Old Wu scoffed. "Why are you spending so much money on something as small as an ant that you could easily crush?" Guo Fangdong forced a stiff smile. "An ant that can be crushed with a flick of the wrist." Old Wu remained silent. The first assassination attempt. That kid was practically dead. Miraculously, he came back to life the second time. It also cost him the lives of 7 brothers. But Jiang Fu returned from the wilderness full of life. "You're right, that's not a small ant. However, the safer a place is, the more dangerous it is. Jiang Fu certainly never imagined that someone would dare to assassinate him in the Blue Coast Manor residential complex. Of course, he probably doesn't know yet that your dear uncle is doing everything he can to kill him. Guo Fangdong responded calmly, remember. Bring his head back. Old Wu looked at Guo Fangdong with a strange expression. He hesitated for a moment before saying, from childhood to adulthood, you two have had countless opportunities to kill him. But they chose to make their move after he had become a martial artist. Moreover, he's seen that kid. His chi and blood appear full and abundant, but in reality, they're weak and without foundation. It's clearly an attempt to forcibly enhance by consuming one's own essence. Could it be? Guo Fangdong closed his slightly bulging eyes. I'll provide the money, you provide the labor. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Old Wu snorted coldly. He got up and took Guo Fangdong's shirt from the wardrobe next to him. Then took out an access card from it. Residents of the Blue Coast Manor community can freely enter the community without any hindrance. It's similar to the martial arts certification system at the safety exit. However, those who are not homeowners but have the right to move in need to swipe their access cards to enter the community. Just before Lao Wu was about to leave, Guo Fangdong couldn't help but remind him, actually, you have a better way to kill Jiang Fu. After all, your brother is from No 9 Middle School. Shut up, Old Wu angrily interrupted Guo Fangdong. He then slammed the door and left. Next to the villa's swimming pool, Jiang Fu slowed down the speed at which she refined the flying sword. At the same time, it accelerated the pace of cultivation. A picture of a rainy night street scene slowly surfaced in his mind. However, at this moment, Jiang Fu felt that something was missing from this painting. He tried hard to recall, it's finally confirmed. There is no Shiju. Last night, Shiju was clearly in this picture too. Holding an old paper umbrella, she smiled charmingly. Just as Jiang Fu's thought arose, the fishing rod in my hand suddenly moved. He quickly opened his eyes and simultaneously raised his fishing rod. Then Jiang Fu saw it. The girl I was just talking about is now hanging on the fishing rod. He looked at himself, still half asleep and with a confused expression. The fishhook was caught on the back of her collar, and the hem of her clothes was slightly raised. A section of her fair and slender waist was revealed. The swaying made Jiang Fu dizzy. Shiju was hooked on the fishing line. She rubbed her eyes with her hand, somewhat bewildered. He muttered to himself, wasn't I sleeping? Did you dream of Jiang Fu again? Jiang Fu came to her senses. He quickly reached out and scooped the slightly wet girl off the fishing rod. I instinctively pulled her into my arms. I felt that familiar embrace. Shiju narrowed her eyes. It wasn't a dream after all, so. How did you manage to hook me, Jiang Fu? It was indeed caught by fishing. But something about that statement just feels off. The sequence has been started, Shijiu's eyes lit up. You've activated the sequence. There's no other explanation for this absurd situation than the sequence itself. At this time, Shiju was completely soaked. The off-white loungewear clung tightly to her body. A cool breeze blew by. She instinctively snuggled closer to Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu sat on a small stool. Shiju stirred in his arms. His expression immediately became somewhat unnatural. He quickly coughed to cover it up. Yes, sequence. Fisherman. Shiju seemed thoughtful. Fisherman. So you caught me, Jiang Fu, and even caught a sword. Shiju was taken aback. He muttered to himself. So it was a sword that was digging into me. Oh, let me see what kind of sword it is. As they were talking, Shiju didn't wait for Jiang Fu to react. He reached out and grabbed the sword that was a bit uncomfortable. The hilt feels nice in the hand, it should be very easy to use. That's not right, amidst my doubts. Shiju tightened her grip slightly on the hilt of the sword. The next moment, she stared wide-eyed at Jiang Fu. Her face flushed red instantly. Jiang Fu's face flushed red, and she seemed to freeze into a statue. Sitting on the small stool, I dared not move an inch. Shiju slowly, very slowly, let go of her hand. She blurted out instinctively, yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, Jiang Fu snapped back to reality. This sentence sounds strangely familiar, it seems. I've said something similar in a similar situation. Jiang Fu quickly stood up. You're all soaked, be careful not to catch a cold. I'll take you home to take a shower and change your clothes. As they were talking, Jiang Fu carried Shiju, and they were back in their room on the second floor of the villa in a flash. Put the person on the bed. Then they fled as if they were escaping. Shiju sat on the bed, staring blankly at her right hand. He muttered to himself, well, that evens things out. Suddenly she saw her phone on the bedside table. With a slight shift of mental power, the phone screen lights up. This is the game's victory results screen. I did fall asleep on the sofa, Shiju pursed her lips. He suddenly smiled. Then he stretched lazily, feeling quite content. Being a female hooligan isn't so bad, talking to myself. She slowly took off her wet clothes and walked naked into the bathroom. The open kitchen on the first floor. Jiang Fu rubbed her face hard with her hands. I'm trying to forget that feeling from just a few moments ago. Fine, if I can't forget, I can't forget. Cooking skills multiplied by 10. The god of cookery has arrived. He then took the ingredients out of the refrigerator. Then I started busying myself in the kitchen. The countdown on the sequence light curtain has stopped. So the countdown only continues while I'm fishing. And the time isn't wasted even if I stop fishing. This is great, no wonder it's a divine sequence. Jiang Fu was in a great mood for a moment. Their hand movements became lighter and quicker. At the same time, his mental energy stirred. The phone floated in front of me and started automatically refreshing the page. Precautions regarding the sale of stolen goods. Jiang Fu browsed for a while. Then, using his mental power, he dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. A slightly aloof female voice rang out, "Hello, who is this?" Jiang Fu stirred the shrimp in the pan with a spatula. She said, "Sister Lei, it's me, Jiang Fu." The woman's voice on the phone paused. Then they became enthusiastic. "Oh, it's Xiao Jiang. What's up?" Jiang Fu didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. "Do you buy stolen goods there, Lai Yue?" "What stolen goods, Jiang Fu? Sister Li, you know that too. When martial artists go to the wilderness, they're bound to bump into each other, hurt each other, and end up with a mess of equipment scattered everywhere. I was lucky I picked up a whole bunch of equipment." Lei Yue gave a slight smile, but soon. She then thought of the silver moon wolves scattered all over the ground yesterday, and a storage badge containing the silver moon wolf. Storage badge. Produced by spatial sequence martial artist. It is not only a storage tool, but also a symbol of status and position. Even many extraordinary martial artists cannot come into contact with treasures of this level. Little Jiang, what stolen goods? No, I mean equipment do you have there? Jiang Fu's eyes lit up. Combat uniforms, low-level combat uniform. It's probably second-hand, low-level combat uniform. Li Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Yet a slight disappointment arose in my heart. Okay, how many sets do you have? Jiang Fu's eyes lit up. And she quickly said, there are 60 complete combat suits. There are still 10 sets without pants. Pants with 11 legs. Let's just pretend it never happened, Li Yue. You said you stole the young master. You mean you stole the young master, 60 sets. 10 more sets without pants, Jiang Fu coughed. Sister Li. You know the wilderness area is very dangerous. Li Yue sighed, all right, you don't need to explain anymore. I'll take the combat uniforms. But it's a second-hand uniform. I can't buy it back at the original price. We need to inspect the degree of wear and tear before we can finalize the price. Did you send it or should I send someone to pick it up? Those two mysterious high school students were people even Manager Shen had to carefully curry favor with. There's no need for me to get to the bottom of it. The money belongs to the Martial Arts Guild. But the favors are your own, Jiang Fu's eyes lit up. They can even offer door-to-door pickups. I live in the Blue Coast Manor residential community in the 9th district of Benchang. Li Yue, okay, I'll send someone to get it right away. However, My people can't get into the Blue Coast Manor residential area yet. Keep an eye out for your phone, okay, no problem. After hanging up the phones, Jiang Fu also breathed a sigh of relief. He was unaware of the situation last night. They didn't take out those combat uniforms just now. He searched for posts about selling stolen goods on the martial arts forum. After comparison from multiple perspectives, the final decision was to sell these combat uniforms to the Warriors Guild. Although there are also places called black markets for martial arts practitioners in Binchang. But that place is a den of iniquity, where people are devoured without a trace, if Jiang Fu. That little weakling goes there. She'll definitely be devoured without a trace. The black market is chaotic and a mixed bag. Jiang Fu was genuinely afraid that old Wu might try to sabotage her in the black market. On the contrary, Lei Yue's place is the official organization of the Martial Arts Guild. Safer and more regulated, moreover. Li Yue was already intimidated by Shiju's storage badge. Jiang Fu didn't mind continuing to use the fake Jiyue. Jiang Fu used her mental power to carry the plate when she arrived at the restaurant. Shiju had already taken a shower and changed into a fluffy panda-themed loungewear set. I sat quietly at the dining table. Jiang Fu noticed that Shiju's face showed no unusual expression. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he quickly placed the plate on the table. Shiju, dinner's ready. Jiang Fu was very confident in her cooking skills. The original owner's cooking skills were passable. Now multiply by 11s. A true culinary genius has descended to earth. Shiju stared at the 3 ways of preparing king crab legs and asked hesitantly, "What's this?" Jiang Fu sat opposite Shiju. He explained with a smile. King crab can be prepared in 3 ways: steamed, stir-fried with scallions and ginger, and steamed with eggs. However, all they have here are crab legs. So all 3 are made from crab legs, Shiju blinked. King crab, Jiangdu nodded, the level 1 mutated beast. The blue abyss emperor crab was caught at the supermarket this morning. He recounted what had happened in the supermarket to Shiju. Then Jiang Fu said with some worry, "There's definitely something wrong with that blue-ringed octopus. It either foresaw the mutation of the blue abyss emperor crab, or it caused it." Shiju sat upright. He listened attentively as Jiang Fu finished speaking. Then slowly and deliberately continued. "The authorities will handle this. We don't need to worry about it." Jiang Fu nodded. Even a newbie like him can spot the problem. Such a large official body, guarding the territory of the Xia Kingdom. They will definitely be able to find and solve the problem. Jiang Fu said impatiently, "Try it, see how my cooking is." Upon hearing this, Shiju picked up her chopsticks. I picked up a piece of the sweet and sour pork ribs I'd been craving and put it in my mouth. In an instant, Shiju's expression seemed to freeze. Then she let out a soft sigh. Jiang Fu asked nervously, "What's wrong? Is it not tasty?" Shiju held her chopsticks, her eyes fixed on Jiang Fu without blinking. "It's not that it's bad, it's that it's too delicious. But I'm afraid I'll never be able to eat such delicious sweet and sour pork ribs again." There was still a hint of disappointment in her voice. Jiang Fu was confused. "Why can't we eat it? I can make it. Even if your culinary skills are multiplied by 10. It's only temporary, practice secretly in private. Improve your fundamental sand, then multiply by 10. His culinary skills will only increase exponentially." Shiju picked up another crystal shrimp and put it in her mouth. "Broken, this one tastes even better." Jiang Fu's lineage, is she a fisherman or a culinary genius? Shiju said somewhat vaguely. "I can't keep bothering you here." Jiang Fu subconsciously said, "I won't disturb you. I have so many rooms here I can't even live in them all." Shiju's tone held a hint of expectation. "You mean I can continue living here?" Jiang Fu nodded. "Of course. You said you'd be my protector, that you'd shield me. Didn't you?" Shiju laughed. "Okay, I'll protect you. But I'm very poor and can't afford the rent." Jiang Fu muttered, "Talking about rent is too formal." Then he handed the access card for morning check-in to Shiju. "This is an access card. With this card, you can freely enter and exit the community. Shiju took the access card and asked hesitantly, "When did you get it?" Jiang Fu chuckled. It was during the morning cleaning. At that time, it was still uncertain whether Shiku wanted to live there, so I was too embarrassed to give it to them. Shiju carefully placed the access card close to her body. Then she picked up a piece of king crab leg and asked, "When are you planning to go back to school?" Jiang Fu was taken aback. "Go to school?" Shiju said in a serious tone, "Yes, going to school." Schools are one of the few places in the world where you can reap the greatest benefits with the least cost. Knowledge, common sense, martial arts techniques, and resources can all be obtained at school. As she spoke, she picked up a king crab leg. She nibbled on it, taking small bites. He then vaguely added, "Cultivation cannot be done in isolation. It requires guidance and broadening one's horizons. Of course, you can also choose to join the martial arts guild, a powerful family or conglomerate, or various martial arts schools. However, going to those places and receiving their training is tantamount to signing a contract of servitude." Hearing Shiju's words, Jiang Fu was momentarily confused. I realized it immediately. Now he has obtained the qi and blood pill. It's time to plan for the future, and you. Jiang Fu looked at Shiju. Shiju's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Fu. "I'm going to Tianhuang Martial Arts University." Tianhuang Martial Arts University, the undisputed #1 martial arts university in the Xia Kingdom. Moreover, Jiang Fu noticed. She said, "Go, not take the exam. Then I'll go to the first martial arts university too." It's a deal, it's a deal. Shiju lowered her head and picked up another piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. The sweet and sour taste made her eyes crinkle into a smile. Jiang Fu looked at Shiju's appearance. A feeling arose in my heart. The feeling of having hooked Shiju. Outside the gate of Blue Coast Manor residential complex, a man in a suit and tie carrying a briefcase. I stepped towards the gate of the Blue Coast Manor residential community. But the moment he stepped through the door, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, sending him flying. This is the protective system of the Blue Coast Manor residential community. It's not exactly that strong. An ordinary martial artist can break through with a little effort. But if this happens, it will trigger the security alarm at the Blue Coast Manor residential complex. This attracted the attention of the community security personnel. The man was stunned for a moment. What's going on? He glanced subconsciously at the access card in his hand. I clearly had my access card with me. So why was I being stopped at the gate? Men never give up. I walked towards the gate of the residential compound once again. Unsurprisingly, they were still blocked by the defensive barrier. The man was getting impatient. He quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. "Brother, what access card you gave me seems to be invalid. I can't get into the Blue Coast Manor residential complex." Old Wu across from me frowned deeply. "Wait a moment." Old Wu was holding his phone. He walked quickly towards Guo Fangdong's ward. The Guo family of 3 were each placed in one of 3 different high-end VIP wards. At this time, Guo Fangdong's blood pressure has dropped slightly. It is still an incredible height, however, thanks to the suppression of his own qi and blood, as well as the interference from external instruments. He was able to overcome the obstacle at this point. Guo Fangdong was no longer in as much pain as before. Just as Guo Fangdong closed his eyes to rest, Old Wu pushed the door open and came in. His brow furrowed. "Old Guo, did you give me the wrong access card? My people have that access card, but they can't get into the community gate at all." Guo Fangdong opened his eyes. He paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. "Can't get in." Old Wu turned on the speakerphone on his phone. A man's voice came through the phone. "I've tried several times, but the community's security barriers keep blocking me. My access card isn't working either." Upon hearing these words, Guo Fangdong immediately realized what was happening. His blood pressure spiked. Blood gushed from his nostrils like 2 fountains. That wretched child, how dare he? How dare he cancel my check-in privileges? unless check-in privileges are revoked. Otherwise, the access card would not have expired. Only Jiang Fu has the authority to cancel check-in privileges. In a fit of anger, blood pressure spiked. Guo Fangdong was transformed into a human-shaped fountain. Zig. Almost yellowish blood sprayed all over Old Wu instantly. Old Wu. He quickly pressed the call button by the bedside and then fled as fast as he could. Just as Lao Wu was cleaning the blood off his body. The phone rang again, this time on speakerphone. Wu Ji. Who did that brat Jiang Fu bring inside? What I'm hearing sounds like picking up some package. Old Wu's eyes lit up. A package? Could it be a delivery? If it's delivered by courier. Temporary parking spaces outside the residential complex. Jiang Fu frowned as she watched the man get out of the car. Why is it you? Shen Yan was carrying a large box with a diameter of over 2 meters. He could clearly sense the displeasure in Jiang Fu's eyes. So he chuckled awkwardly. I was just passing by. So I thought I'd stop by and pick up your package. Xiao Jiang, are you in a bad mood? Jiang Fu pursed her lips and didn't say anything instead. She looked across the street at the man who was making a phone call. The man looked to be around 30 years old, wearing a royal blue suit and carrying a briefcase. Her hair was clearly styled with hair wax, and every strand was neatly arranged. Shen Yan also noticed that person. His clothes and appearance seemed strangely familiar. Wrong. Isn't that the same outfit my classmate wore when I greeted them yesterday? That's quite tasteful. Shen Yan asked instinctively, do you know him? Jiang Fu curled her lip, an insurance salesman. Shen Yan of selling insurance. Shen Yan's expression stiffened. No wonder the martial arts guild members looked at me like that yesterday. When I get back, I'll throw that damn suit away at this time. The man in the suit was on the phone, but he didn't speak. His phone call was clearly specially processed. Jiang Fu's mental energy was also unable to detect what the other person was saying. He had already become secretly on guard. This person looks familiar, I'm sure I've seen him before. But it didn't leave a very deep impression. I'll go back and review the videos I took at the hospital this morning. Let's go with that thought in mind. Jiang Fu turned and walked into the residential area. Shen Yan, carrying the suitcase, quickly followed. Actually, Shen Yan still harbored some resentment and a glimmer of hope. What if? This is a genius mentalist whose initial mental strength reached 1,000. There is a high probability that they will condense their mental power and enter the realm of the extraordinary in the future. Such a genius deserves our utmost effort no matter what. Otherwise, there will always be some resentment. As for what happened last night, accident. It was definitely an accident. Given that young master's status and power, even the head of the Bincheng Martial Arts Guild had to be subservient to her. How could they possibly be interested in a mere martial artist like Jiang Fu? Does it possess the potential to become extraordinary? Even those who are truly extraordinary might not catch her eye. That little devil should have left by now. Shen Yan seemed to have figured out where Jiang Fu's displeasure and resentment came from. He couldn't help but sigh. He gently patted Jiang Fu's shoulder. Jiang Fu was pondering the matter concerning the man in the suit. Suddenly, Shen Yan patted him on the shoulder. I instinctively turned my head to look. Then he met Shen Yan's sympathetic gaze. Jiang Fu wanted to ask, but Shen Yan interrupted him. He said in a tone of someone who'd been through it all, I know you're feeling really bad and disappointed right now. But don't give up, take my advice. Some people are simply beyond the reach of someone in our social class. Like the stars in the sky, their light falls to earth, making you feel very close to her. But the stars are ultimately in the heavens, an existence beyond the reach of us mortals. Just like you now, you should abandon those unrealistic ideas and stop dreaming about things that are out of reach. The starlight has faded, but you are still young. And the road ahead is long. Shen Yan spoke earnestly and with heartfelt sincerity. Jiang Fu looked completely bewildered. I couldn't understand a word he was muttering. Feeling unwell, disappointed, Starlight leave. What is all this nonsense? He met Shen Yan's gaze. Jiang Fu felt that this manager Shen was not only becoming increasingly sleazy, but also mentally unstable. Let's not let him in for a while. Let's count them right here in the yard. Jiang Fu remained silent and continued walking forward. They quickly returned to Villa No. 666. Jiang Fu used her mental power to place the neatly arranged combat uniforms in the courtyard. Let's take inventory and organize it here. Shen Yan did not feel offended. Instead, he walked in very familiarly. Wouldn't you like me to invite me in? I'm the head of the martial arts guild. What are you hiding a girlfriend at home? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fu felt inexplicably guilty. Shen Yan laughed heartily. I'm not an outsider. What's there to be afraid of? Come on, let's go inside and talk, this time. Shen Yan came in person. Not to collect these combat uniforms, I'm not going in. How can we sit down and negotiate terms? Or recruit people into the martial arts guild? Jiang Fu rolled her eyes. He quickly followed. Shen Yan entered the living room. Then I saw a girl huddled on the sofa, looking down at her phones. The girl was wearing a fluffy black and white panda-themed loungewear set. She wore a panda-themed hoodie over her head and matching fluffy panda shoes. I must say it's actually quite cute. Shen Yan couldn't help but laugh. You really do have a girlfriend at home. He spoke casually, greeting the girl on the sofa. This must be your sister-in-law. I'm Xiao Jiang's older brother, Ugh. The next moment, Shen Yan froze completely. It looks like a duck with its throat being choked. He stood there blankly stammering for a long time, unable to say anything more. The girl had already raised her head. She revealed her face, which was bare of makeup yet excessively beautiful. Shiju asked somewhat puzzled manager Shen. When did you become Jiang Fu's brother? Shen Yan came to her senses. He took several steps back, stammering, you. He, what's this little rascal doing here? And she's even wearing such adorable clothes. In an instant, Shen Yan's mind went blank for a moment. The scene before my eyes. This is even more outrageous than Jiang Fu carrying Shiju through the streets yesterday. If last night's events could be understood as being caused by a combination of factors, this scene, it's completely ruining his image. Jiang Fu stood silently in front of Shiju. This blocked Shen Yan's view. Immediately, he activated his mental power. He then threw the box next to Shen Yan away. Jiang Fu said expressionlessly, the items are outside. Check and inventory them yourself. Shiju withdrew her gaze. He kept his head down and continued playing the game. Shen Yan swallowed hard and asked cautiously, what are you doing at Jiang's house? Shiju remained huddled on the sofa, not even lifting her eyelids. And you, how did you become Jiang Fu's brother? Shen Yan eyed. He talked for a long time but couldn't come up with a conclusion. In the end, they had no choice but to flee in disarray. They ran out of the villas. If he had known his little darling was here, he would never have made this trip. Jiang Fu was somewhat surprised. He seems quite afraid of you. Shiju's eyes flickered. Maybe he's seen me kill someone. Jiang Fu said oh and sat down on the sofa. Then next time I'll kill someone in front of him too. Shiju, suddenly Jiang Fu thought of something. His eyes lit up. Actually, you can kill him right now. Right in front of him. There was also a suspicious-looking man in a suit outside. Jiang Fu quickly took out her phone. I pulled up the video that was taken at the hospital this morning. Before long, the figure was found in the video. The same faces, the same suits and briefcases. In the vast sea of people, they are inconspicuous. But this person's attire was so similar to Shen Yan's from yesterday. Jiang Fu couldn't help but take a few more glances. It left a slight impression on me, and, if it weren't for this, he would have appeared at the entrance of the residential compound. Even Jiang Fu wouldn't think there was anything wrong with this person. Jiang Fu couldn't help but mutter, this is the real Lao Liu. Looks like I still have a lot more to learn and practice. Shiju slid down the soft sofa back and onto Jiang Fu's shoulder. She looked at the phone in front of Jiang Fu. He frowned and asked, are you in cahoots with the people who were chasing you before? When in the wilderness, Jiang Fu had mentioned it once. At that time, Shijiu guessed some things. Jiang Fu helped Shijiu sit up straight. I'll go out and bring him back. Then kill him in front of Shen Yan. In the courtyard of the villa, Shen Yan was sitting in a pile of combat uniforms. Lost in thought, Jiang Fu came out of the villa. He asked instinctively, "Where are you going?" Jiang Fu glanced in the direction of the community gate. That insurance salesman should still be here. I'm going to buy some insurance, you continue counting. Shen Yan, he watched Jiang Fu's departing figure, his face full of bitterness. But that little devil was in the villa's living room. Shen Yan could only obediently continue to inventory these unwanted combat uniforms. At this time, the man in the suit sat on the flower bed opposite the Blue Coast Manor residential complex. We await further instructions from Lao Wu. Old Wu is busy preparing, hoping to order food delivery or express delivery. They took the person to the Blue Coast Manor residential complex. But to my dismay, I discovered the community's service system is even more outrageous than its security system. For homeowners buying Slinger mailing items, simply upload your requirements, and the property manager will handle the entire process for you. Moreover, it's a brand-exclusive delivery service for Blue Coast. Rain or shine, accessible nationwide. Other food delivery and courier services simply cannot reach the gates of Blue Coast Manor. Old Wu was so angry he almost smashed his phone. Damn it. After I pull off this job, I'm going to buy a house in one of these high-end martial arts neighborhoods. Old Wu kept cursing. The man in the suit agreed, I want to buy one too. A villa in Blue Coast Manor at that very moment. Hey you insurance salesman, come here for a second. The boy's voice drifted from afar. The man in the suit paused for a moment. He then looked around, selling insurance. Are there people selling insurance here? The next moment, Jiang Fu's voice rang out again. Stop looking. I'm talking to you, the man in the suit pointed to his nose. Me? Jiang Fu nodded. Yes, aren't you an insurance salesperson? I just needed to buy some insurance. On the other end of the phone, Old Wu paused. What's wrong? The man in the suit was still a bit confused. Jiang Fu called me over, saying she wanted to buy insurance. As he spoke, he lowered his head again. Do I really look like an insurance salesman? Old Wu's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Who cares if he's selling insurance or real estate? Go now, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The man in the suit hung up the phone. He strode towards Jiang Fu. I sell insurance. You want to buy insurance? Jiang Fu nodded. Let's go inside and talk. As they were talking, Jiang Fu turned and walked into the gate of the residential compound. The man in the suit touched the briefcase in his hand. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately followed. In the courtyard of the villa, Shen Yan was huffing and puffing as she straightened her combat uniform, which Jiang Fu had deliberately messed up. He saw that Jiang Fu had indeed brought the insurance salesman inside. I was taken aback. Hey Xiao Jiang, you really want to buy insurance? At the same time, Shen Yan then looked the insurance salesman up and down. A royal blue suit, a red taishani hair, waxen leather shoes. Why are you wearing that outfit? It makes me sound like an insurance salesman. I recall that shameful memory from yesterday. Shen Yan couldn't help but dig her toes into the ground. Jiang Fu glanced at the briefcase in the man's hand. Have you bought yourself insurance? The man in the suit paused, buying insurance for myself. Oh, that's the next moment. The man in the suit's expression suddenly changed. His eyes were fixed on a combat uniform on the ground. The sign above looks extremely familiar. That's Tiger's combat uniform. How did I get here? Jiang Fu. It was you killed Brother Hu and the others. In an instant, the man in the suit's expression changed drastically. He's not stupid. I immediately understood what was going on. We've been exposed. Jiang Fu already knew about the assassination attempt, and they brought me in on purpose. Run. Without any hesitation, the man in the suit took off running. If the other party dared to bring me into the villa, They definitely had a backup plan in mind. However, just as the man in the suit lifted his foot, swish, a faint purple light flashed by. The man in the suit suddenly felt his feet sink into the ground and instantly lost his balance. He fell straight to the ground. What's going on? My legs, the man in the suit stared at his legs. His eyes filled with fear and confusion, his legs. Without my knowledge, something cut me open at the knee. The wound is smooth. 2 or 3 seconds later, blood spurted out. On the other side, Shen Yan's pupils contracted. Wow, so fast, the speed of that purple light and shadow. He's practically at the level of a high-level mentalist. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be a purple sword. And that's only been a day. This mentalist, who is almost too young, has already increased his strength by several levels. This moment, Shen Yan wished she could travel back to yesterday. I should slap myself hard across the face back then. Clearly, such a brilliant genius was standing right in front of him. But I missed it. Thinking back to Jiang Fu's hesitant expression as she left yesterday, I realized it's clear that he intends to join the martial arts guild. As a result, I was cruelly rejected by myself. If I had intervened at that time, Jiang Fu is recruited into the martial arts guild. Even if Jiang Fu really does end up with that little devil, Jiang Fu is still a member of their martial arts guild. Thinking of this, Shen Yan stamped his feet and beat his chest. I'm so regretful. He couldn't help but reach out and slap himself hard across the face. The sound of a loud, crisp slap. This momentarily stunned Jiang Fu, who was about to continue her attack. No, this person is sick. I'm about to kill someone. Why did this guy suddenly slap himself? Jiang Fu further confirmed this. This manager Shen from the martial arts guild is absolutely insane. Stay away from him from now on. Frustrated, Shen Yan noticed the way Jiang Fu was looking at him. He couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Zio Jiang. Please continue. Please continue. Jiang Fu silently distanced herself from Shen Yan. She kicked the man in the suit's briefcase aside. At this moment, the man in the suit clenched his fists, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Jiang Fu at any moment. Although I've lost my legs, but my hand is still there. However, in the very next moment, a purple light flashed by. The man in the suit's hands also flew out. The man in the suit trembled, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. Jiang Fu took several steps back. Actually, you could also use your head to ram it. Man in suit. You're at least 10 meters away from me now, headbutt. I'm not a giraffe. Jiang Fu took a few steps back. After making sure his head couldn't hit him, I slowly said, Tell me, how much did Guo Fangdong pay you to come and kill me? Upon hearing this, Shen Yan, licking his wounds alone, narrowed his eyes slightly. Guo Fangdong, I see. The man in the suit gritted his teeth. I don't understand what you mean. Jiang Fu laughed. Don't you understand? As they were talking, he waved. A clear glass bottle floated out of the villa. It floated in front of the man in the suit. Spiritual master. Upon seeing this, the man in the suit finally understood how they had been exposed. Daepeng, how did Tiger and the others die? This Jiang Fu is actually a mentalist. His first instinct was to reach for his phone. He secretly tipped off old Wu. Then he remembered that his hand was gone. Jiang Fu took in the entire action of the man in the suit. But they didn't take it seriously. This bottle of water can amplify your senses tenfold, including the pain you're currently enduring. Would you like to give it a try? The man in the suit gritted his teeth and sneered. You're kidding, right? How could such a potion exist? Even Shen Yan couldn't help but feel doubtful. Could it have been given to Jiang Fu by that little rascal? Jiang Fu gave a cold laugh. They poured the water from the toilet directly into the man in the suit's mouth. Senses multiplied by 10, lasting 10 seconds. Pain multiplied by 10, lasting for 10 seconds. The man in the suit struggled to drink the toilet water. He started coughing violently again. That's it, but in an instant, the man in the suit looked distorted. His eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. Immense pain. The sensation came instantly from the points where his hands and legs had been severed. His whole body convulsed violently from the immense airborne sensation. One after another heart-wrenching screams filled the air. The news spread throughout the entire villa area. Like the slaughter of a pig. Almost at the same time that the screams rang out, a well-trained squad of martial artists rushed to the villa's gate. "Hello, resident, what happened here?" The villa's courtyard wall is a low iron fence, making it easy to see inside. Jiang Fu pointed to the other side, where Shen Yan stood blankly amidst a pile of clothes. "This is Shen Yan, the manager of the 9th District Martial Arts Guild. He was performing routine duties, interrogating a prisoner," as Jiang Fu finished speaking. The man in the suit stopped screaming. She fainted from the pain. Multiply the senses by 10. Pain multiplied by 10. Even martial artists cannot withstand this kind of pain. Shen Yan, so that's where they were waiting for me. Shen Yan cursed inwardly, this kid is so cunning. You're the one interrogating the enemy. But you're using me as a shield at this very moment. The head of the Martial Arts Guild made an incredibly frustrating discovery. He came all this way but, instead of recruiting anyone, he got himself into a lot of trouble. But then I think of that little darling in the living room, dressed in a panda-themed pajamas. Those who understand the times are wise, I'll endure it. Immediately, Shen Yan nodded to the captain of the security team. Yes, it's me. The security captain was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He held a sword in his right hand and in his other hand. There is no other hand, the left arm was severed at the base, leaving only an empty sleeve. Oh, it's Supervisor Shen. In that case, everything's all right. Although his tone was respectful, it was neither servile nor arrogant, then. He glanced at the man in the suit lying in a pool of blood. I noticed this insurance salesman acting suspiciously earlier. He definitely wasn't a good person. Manager Shen, please continue. We won't disturb you any longer, return to base. The next moment, the team of 10 well-equipped security guards vanished in an instant from in front of the villa. Shen Yan, oh, he's selling insurance. It's another insurance salesman. Manager Shen's psyche was once again dealt a devastating blow. When I get back, I'm going to burn that damn suit. Jiang Fu brought over a basin of toilet water. It poured hard over the man in the suit's head. The man in the suit slowly opened his eyes. When he looked at Jiang Fu again, his eyes were filled with fear. The boy had delicate features and a sunny, cheerful disposition, but in the man in the suit's eyes, they were nothing short of demons crawling out of hell. What have you done to me? The excruciating pain nearly drove him to the brink of madness. A glass bottle floated out of the villa. It hung in front of the man in the suit. Didn't I already say that? This potion of mine can amplify your senses tenfold. It is all the senses. Sight, touch, smell, taste, hearing. And the pain is multiplied by 10 with heightened senses. One can clearly perceive the details of every injury on the body. This is not only physical torture, but also mental anguish. The man in the suit turned pale and he shuddered violently. The cuts on his legs and hands were still bleeding. Jiang Fu remained expressionless, who is old Wu. The man in the suit lowered his head, gritting his teeth and remaining silent. Jiang Fu scoffed, quite loyal. Shen Yan on the other side also felt somewhat uncomfortable. He let out a soft sigh. He said in a deep voice, "These martial artists spend their lives traversing the wilderness, risking their lives on the edge of a knife. They are sworn brothers bound by life and death. How could they betray each other because of a mere bit of pain?" Jiang Fu frowned. Manager Shen, do you have any way to keep him conscious and prevent him from fainting from the pain? Shen Yan, the deep expression on his face cracked instantly. I'll do it. Just then a clear, crisp female voice rang out. Shi Jiu was wearing a complete set of fluffy panda loungewear. He rubbed his eyes as he walked out of the villa. Shen Yan met Shi Jiu. That feeling of my worldview collapsing came over me again. Jiang Fu quickly stepped forward and whispered, "It's cold outside, don't catch a cold." Shiju waved her hand. It's Akatha's outfit is quite warm. He paused then added, you got me all wet at noon. But I didn't catch a cold, Shen Yan. What kind of insane and lewd language is this? Shen Yan wished she could poke her own ears out. No. What exactly is going on between the young master and Jiang Fu? Could they really be having an affair? Jiang Fu felt a little embarrassed. He coughed and said, The clothes I chose are indeed warm and stylish. There was a hint of pride in his tone. Shiju smiled and nodded in agreement. Shen Yan. He wanted to slap himself again. What kind of bewitching potion did Jiang Fu give this vicious little devil? Shiju waved. A faint silver glint flashed by. It instantly pinned to the man in the suit's head. It was a tiny silver needle. That's fine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fu slightly stirred her spiritual power. That large bottle of toilet water was poured into the man in the suit's mouth once again. The pain is multiplied by 10, lasting for 30 seconds. Multiply your senses by 10 for 30 seconds. At the same moment, the heart-wrenching screams rang out again. The man in the suit wanted to faint just like last time, but because of the needle on his head. However, he remained fully conscious. Fainting from pain is actually a form of self-protective reaction of the body. However, Shijiu's silver needle directly broke through this self-protection mechanism. Keep the man in the suit conscious at all times. A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire villa community. The security team and their group couldn't help but shrink back. Is Manager Shen of the Martial Arts Guild really this ruthless? Look at the state this has put people in. Xiao Jiang is a child with a hard life. We mustn't let him lead him astray. As for the other residents of the community, the property management had already notified us that it was Manager Shen from the Martial Arts Guild interrogating a prisoner in the community. Upon hearing that it was Shen Yan who had arrived, the homeowners immediately fell silent. As the head of the Martial Arts Guild, Shen Yan was considered a prominent figure in the 9th district of Benchang. Inside the villa's courtyard, kill me. Please kill me. The man in the suit was convulsing on the ground, the stumps, missing their lower legs and hands slid desperately. It seems they're trying to grasp something. Those eyes were filled with despair and emptiness. This moment, even Shen Yan felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced at the two people beside him with a hint of fear. That little devil was terrifying enough when he killed people. Now there's Jiang Fu too. Judging from the expression on the man in the suit, it seems that what Jiang Fu said is true. When consciousness remains clear, all senses are amplified tenfold. It's a situation where you can neither live nor die. These two got together. One committed the murder, the other handed him the knife. One torments the person, the other assists. Jiang Fu glanced at Shen Yan. In a low, somber tone, Manager Shen, do you know? When I encountered these people in the wilderness, they said they would first break my limbs to force me to reveal the whereabouts of the spirit fruit. Then break my neck and bring my head back to Guo Fangdong. Shen Yan was taken aback. I realized it immediately. It turned out to be a spiritual fruit, however. The man in the suit in front of us is truly not innocent. He who kills will always be killed. A hint of murderous intent flickered in Shijiu's dark eyes. Did they really say that? Jiang Fu smiled. Yes. I threw 3 of them away and fed the other 4 to the wolves. This. Jiang Fu looked at the man in the suit struggling on the ground. Let him suffer until he dies. Before he could finish speaking, a small blade floated over. A light stroke across the man in the suit's face. The man in the suit let out another desperate scream. This moment, his entire sensory life was amplified. You can clearly feel every detail of the blade cutting through the skin. I'll talk, anchor. His name is Wu Deming. He's a coach at Wood Martial Arts School. He's also the captain of our Crimson Tiger Warriors team. Guo Fangdong is offering 300 million to buy your head. Jiang Fu silently memorized the names of the Crimson Tiger Warriors team and the Wood Martial Arts School. And you, how do you plan to kill me? The man in the suit isn't very strong. The first 10 seconds, the next 30 seconds. Multiply by 14 seconds. Jiang Fu only consumed 6 points of mental energy. With that kind of strength, it's not much stronger than the red-tailed rat. How dare he come alone to this heavily guarded Blue Coast residential complex to kill himself? At this time, 30 seconds have passed. The man in the suit gradually regained his senses. He lay on the ground, panting heavily. Poison. I am a poison master. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, poison master, poison. It seems so if I stay in the hospital. I could very well be poisoned to death without them even realizing it. But the poison master, thinking of the blue-ringed octopus's venom glands, whose use is still unknown, Jiang Fu instantly made a plan. His mental energy stirred slightly. Then they brought over a bottle of toilet water. This bottle contains a potion with rapid recovery abilities. As they were talking, Jiang Fu's mental energy stirred once more. The man in the suit's severed calves and hands flew up automatically. His left hand was inserted into the severed part of his right leg. His right hand plunged into the severed opening of his left leg. The left calf is attached to the right wrist. The right calf was attached to the left wrist. The man in the suit's eyes widened instantly. He said with a terrified expression, "What? What are you going to do to me?" Jiang Fu ignored him. They simply poured the bottle of toilet water into the man in the suit's mouth. The speed of limb reattachment and wound healing is multiplied by 10. Click-clack from the broken part of the man in the suit. A sound of bones grinding together could be heard. Martial artists, enhanced by their own vital energy and blood, possess self-healing abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people. In addition, the wound healing speed is multiplied by 10. And the limb reattachment speed is multiplied by 10. In an instant, the severed limbs of the man in the suit. It began to heal slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Certainly, the process of growing up inevitably involves experiencing some heart-wrenching pain. Then, the man in the suit let out another series of shrill and terrified screams. 3 minutes passed. The man in the suit's screams gradually subsided. He lay on the ground barely breathing at this very moment. His 2 hands had grown onto his 2 legs. 2 calves extended to both wrists. Although it has not fully healed yet, but the bones and nerves miraculously reconnected. I believe it won't be long before I recover. The man in the suit had a vacant look in his eyes, filled with despair. Shen Yan's scalp tingled and she took several steps back. "Little Jiang, what are you doing?" Jiang Fu replied matter-of-factly. "Weren't we afraid he'd run away? This is a treacherous, cunning and ruthless poison master. If we let him catch his breath, it will be disastrous." Shen Yan, so you put his hands and feet on backwards. Speaking of being utterly ruthless, I think you're even more ruthless. Then why don't you just kill him? Look at all these combat uniforms scattered on the ground. Then I remembered what that insurance salesman, I mean the drug addict, had just said. These people were clearly killed by Jiang Fu. Insidious, cunning, and utterly depraved. You're talking about yourself, aren't you? Jiang Fu looked at Shen Yan and said seriously, why kill him? Wouldn't it be better to keep him for ourselves? Manager Shen, when you bring him back to the Martial Arts Guild, remember to find a safe room and lock him up securely. Don't let him escape. Shen Yan stared wide-eyed and pointed to her own nose. What the hell? Let me take him back to the Martial Arts Guild. Isn't this your prisoner? Jiang Fu looked completely bewildered. What do you mean, my prisoner? I'm just a high school student. What right do I have to deal with criminals? Everyone saw and heard it just now. Supervisor Shen is here today to arrest a criminal. Everyone in the neighborhood can testify, Shen Yan. I, Shen Yan, Lord Supervisor of the Martial Arts Guild in District 9 of Binchang. I was outsmarted by a high school student who just turned 18. I thought I was just being used as a shield. Now it seems they were clearly just there to take the blame. Shijio tugged at Jiang Fu's sleeve. Should we have Shen Yan take this insurance salesman back? Shen Yan or Jiang Fu nodded. I brought back some poison this morning. and this poison master helped me deal with it. But keeping a drug addict around is far too dangerous. Shijiu's eyes lit up. So this danger will be left to Supervisor Shen. Jiang Fu nodded seriously, right. When we need to use poisoners, we can just go to the martial arts guild. Shijiu's eyes sparkled. If he kills or maims the poison master, he'll make him pay us back with another one, Shen Yan. No, I'm still here. Couldn't you two have waited until I left to discuss these things? However, the little ancestor has already spoken. Shen Yan could only swallow her bitterness. The treacherous Jiang Fu, the cunning Jiang Fu. They've even corrupted the little darling. Shen Yan looked at the drug dealer in a suit, who was sprawled on the ground with his hands and feet inside out. A feeling of helplessness suddenly welled up in my heart. At this very moment, he seemed to understand why Shijiu and Jiang Fu had gotten together. I found a like-minded playmate suddenly. Shen Yan seemed to have thought of something else, by the way. Zio Jiang, about that potion of yours. He had only spoken halfway through his sentence. Shijiu interrupted him, not for sale. Clean and efficient, leaving no room for negotiation. Shen Yan immediately shut up and didn't ask any more questions. Jiang Fu smiled and said, Manager Shen, we won't bother you any longer. After you've counted the money, transfer it directly to the account. You can take the person directly. There's no need to say goodbye. Shen Yan waved his hand weakly. The backyard of the villa by the swimming pool. Jiang Fu continued fishing with her rod. There is still half an hour left in the God sequence. We certainly can't waste it. Shijiu also moved a small stool and sat down next to Jiang Fu. She instinctively wanted to lean on Jiang Fu's shoulder. But something seems off about this. He then sat up straight. Jiang Fu felt a little regretful. Shijiu saw the purple sword by the pool. He picked it up without thinking. Is this the sword you fished up? Jiang Fu nodded. I'll name it. Wait a minute, Shijiu. Great name. She took the sword in her hand and swung it lightly twice. The feel is all right, well, not as good as the other one. Thinking this, Shijiu's cheeks flushed slightly. Immediately her gaze sharpened slightly. Buzz. A hazy purple light shot out from the flying sword. Jiang Fu's eyes lit up. He quickly looked at Shijiu beside him. Although the refining process of this sword is only 0.05%. But Jiang Fu still felt a certain resonance with this sword. This moment Jiang Fu could clearly sense it. Among the flying swords, there was an unusually familiar presence, sword intent. Jiang Fu subconsciously asked, this is sword intent. Don't you use a knife? Shijiu handed the sword to Jiang Fu. He explained with a smile, sword intent, saber intent, and fist intent are all essentially the same thing. The Emperor, if you can understand this, then everything in the world, all kinds of weapons, can be used. Let me lay a foundation for you first. You won't mind, will you? Jiang Fu took the sword and laughed. How could that be? I'm overjoyed the moment I got my hands on it. Jiang Fu was surprised by what she found. The refining progress was originally 0.05%. It's already reached 1%, Shijiu yawned. She leaned against Jiang Fu's shoulder. He squinted and started a game at the same time. He casually remarked, I need to go to the lab tomorrow. I might be back a little late. Jiang Fu was observing the sword intent within the sword. Hearing this, he paused for a moment. Laboratory. Shijiu nodded. I'm going back to my old place to get some things. Also, I need to figure out what's going on with that snake. Jiang Fu nodded. Okay. I also need to take care of some things tomorrow. Shijiu's eyes darkened. I already guessed what Jiang Fu was going to do. If you encounter a problem you can't solve, just call me. Jiang Fu did not refuse, forecourt. Shen Yan did not take inventory. He just haphazardly stuffed the combat uniforms into the box, then grabbing the man in the suit. They practically fled the villa. In the eyes of Manager Shen, this villa is a den of iniquity that devours people without spitting out their bones. Let's stay a little longer. I estimate I'll end up completely ruining myself. Run. Run. A ruthless killer and a vicious, cunning little devil. It's terrifying what a huge loss. It was a completely unnecessary trip. We didn't even get the persons, and we've only gotten ourselves into a mess. Thinking like that, Shen Yan carried a suitcase in one hand and a person in the other. They disappeared in the blink of an eye the next day. 8 o'clock in the mornings. Jiang Fu opened her eyes looking refreshed. After a night of cultivation, the progress of the Stargazing on a Rainy Night chapter, specifically the Silky Rain section, has reached 5.66%. It was much faster than expected. The mental energy I expended yesterday has been fully recovered. The most important point, Jiang Fu has broken through. His mental strength increased from 1,000 to 1,005. Although it only increased by 5 points. But it was a qualitative leap. Jiang Fu's current mental strength value is obtained by multiplying it by 10. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to improve. The only explanation is the ultimate path, stargazing on a rainy night. Not only my mental strength stat, but the intensity of my mental strength also seems to have increased significantly. The tenfold increase in mental strength will be cancelled tomorrow at noon. At that time, cultivating under normal mental energy conditions should yield even better results. Ah, what a beautiful day, Jiang Fu stretched, subconsciously releasing mental energy. The bed in the next room was neatly made. But the room was empty. Jiang Fu was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but feel a little lost. But the next moment, he spotted the girl in the restaurant on the first floor. Shiju was wearing a black hoodie and casual pants. He was sitting at the dining table, unpacking a takeout order. She noticed Jiang Fu's spiritual power. She turned her head slightly to the side. Come down for dinner, ah okay. Jiang Fu grinned and quickly got out of bed. After washing up, I took a matching hoodie and casual pants out of the closet and put them on. Shiju saw Jiang Fu come downstairs, somewhat embarrassed. She said, I can't cook, so you'll have to make do with takeout. Forcing someone to cook for you is harmful. Jiang Fu looked at the simple preserved egg congee and steamed buns on the dining table. He couldn't help but laugh and say, takeout is pretty good too. Shiju took a sip of the preserved egg congee. Her little face scrunched up slightly. It doesn't taste good at all. Why? It's not that it doesn't taste good. It's just that our palates have become too picky. I've eaten the food cooked by Jiang Fu. How could anyone possibly eat all that stuff? Jiang Fu stood up. He entered the kitchen under Shiju's questioning gaze. Not long after, a cold king crab leg salad and a shrimp and broccoli dish were served on the table. Shiju's eyes lit up. She quickly picked up a shrimp and put it in her mouth, exclaiming, this is still the best. Jiang Fu smiled and sat down at the dining table to start drinking her porridge. Culinary skills multiplied by 10. Multiply cooking speed by 10. Deliciousness multiplied tenfold. For Jiang Fu, cooking is simply a matter of using her hands. By the way, how are you feeling? Jiang Fu looked at the girl sitting opposite her. With a shrimp in her mouth, Shiju mumbled, I'm fully recovered, according to my estimate. It will take at least 10 days to 2 weeks for the poison in my body to completely disappear. But now it's gone in less than 2 days. It seems my resistance to toxins has suddenly increased dramatically. Jiang Fu lowered her head and buried her face in the bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork in front of her. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. The increased resistance to toxins is a good thing. At least I won't get poisoned again. Shiju nodded thoughtfully. 9 o'clock in the morning at an intersection in the city. Shiju looked at Jiang Fu somewhat worried and said, call me immediately if anything unexpected happens. I will get there as soon as possible. Jiang Fu waved her hand and laughed, it's all right. I'm going to be the 6th one not to fight. Shiju patted Jiang Fu on the shoulder. All right then, I'll be going now, as she spoke. Shiju waved to Jiang Fu and then disappeared around the street corner. Jiang Fu watched Shiju's departing figure. Then it headed in another direction. Bincheng 9th Martial Arts Hospital. Both its environment and medical facilities far surpass those of Jiangcheng Ninth People's Hospital. In the mornings, there aren't many people here, but they are mostly martial artists with abundant vital energy. Ordinary people are rarely seen around inpatient ward. Jiang Fu relied on her mental power, which covered a radius of 100 meters. The locations of Guo Fangdong Ji Yangxia and Guo Xiaofeng were quickly pinpointed. Suddenly Jiang Fu's brow twitched slightly. He noticed a middle-aged man wearing a hospital gown. He was taking a walk in the hospital garden. Through mental power, Jiang Fu could clearly sense a ripple-like wave rippling around the other person's body. The area covered was approximately 20 meters. Mental strength, spiritual master. In the martial arts hospital of the 9th district, Jiang Fu finally met another mentalist, but Jiang Fu can sense the other person's mental energy through her mental power. But that middle-aged spiritualist had an extraordinary bearing and clearly came from a powerful background. However, he seemed completely unaware of Jiang Fu's spiritual power. My mental strength is clearly stronger than his. When Shi Jiu looks at me, it must be like this too. Jiang Fu put her thoughts aside. I sat down on a bench downstairs in the hospital building. He used his mental powers to observe the family of 3. Inside a high-class VIP ward on the 6th floor, Guo Xiaofeng, with tubes inserted into his body, was throwing a tantrum. They kicked the caregiver who was looking after him out. Jiang Fu stroked her chin. As expected of a martial arts hospital, its medical facilities are indeed impressive. They managed to cure this. Under the scan of mental energy, Guo Xiaofeng's situation is still somewhat outrageous. But things are moving in a positive direction. I believe he will be fully recovered and discharged from the hospital in a few months. I just don't know what happened to those 10 things. Was it cut off or left there? The 2 adjacent VIP wards. The situations of Ji Yangxia and Guo Fangdong are more serious. Especially Guo Fangdong. His body was covered in thick tubes. She's gotten several sizes bigger at this moment. Jiang Fu was sitting downstairs wearing a baseball cap and a black mask. I had no intention of confronting that family of 3 directly. Continuing to multiply blood sugar blood lipids and blood pressure by 10, that's pointless. How about something more exciting? Jiang Fu's mental energy locked onto Guo Xiaofeng. At this time, Guo Xiaofeng muttered curses under his breath. Holding my phone, I'm chatting with someone I don't know. Multiply the number of legs by 10. And hold for 5 seconds, swish the next moment. Guo Xiaofeng's body suddenly stiffened. A look of disbelief flashed in his eyes, then slowly. Very slowlish lifted the blanket covering her legs. Guo Xiaofeng looked at the lower body. At the 20 legs that resembled a peacock spreading its tail. I rubbed my eyes hard, he trembled and moved his legs, then. 1 leg moved, the 2 legs moved. All 20 legs moved at the same time, area. Legs, leg, legs, leg, legs, leg, my legs, my legs. Area, my legs, 20 legs, how did I grow 20 legs? Help, help me, Guo Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment. Then he let out a series of mournful cries for his parents. He practically rolled off the bed. He frantically pounded on the call button in the ward. Not long after, a nurse then rushed over. Patient, please go back to bed at this time. The tubes inserted into Guo Xiaofeng's body have completely come out. Some of the blood was yellowish, like it was spraying water from a water gun. It sprayed wildly outwards through the needle hole. The 3 nurses who rushed to the scene were startled. They hurriedly helped him to the bed. Guo Xiaofeng cried out, legs. I have 20 legs, 20 legs. The 3 nurses looked at each other in bewilderment. Then he looked at Guo Xiaofeng with the kind of look one would give someone who's mentally ill. This patient, you only have 2 legs, not 20. Guo Xiaofeng was stunned, 2 legs. They really do have 2 legs, or is it an illusion? The 3 nurses all sighed and rubbed their foreheads. After comforting Guo Xiaofeng for a while, he left the ward. Jiang Fu used her mental power to observe the departing nurse, silently calculating the time and distance they would travel to arrive. Then, multiply your head by 10 and hold for 10 seconds. Guo Xiaofeng was sitting on the bed, panting heavily. Suddenly, I felt a weight on my neck. His upper body lost its balance and he fell to the side. Guo Xiaofeng's 20 eyes were filled with disbelief as he reached out his hands. Trembling to touch his head, Aria. Boss, 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 I help me. I have so many heads, then he rolled over. She fell off the bed again. She started frantically pounding on the call bell next to the bed. When the 3 nurses arrived again, Guo Xiaofeng's head has returned to normal at this time. He was kneeling on the ground, frantically pounding on the call bell. This time, 3 nurses came with medical equipment. Upon seeing this, the 3 quickly put the equipment aside. They then hurriedly helped Guo Xiaofeng to the bed. This patient, hey Guo, calm down. You only have 1 head, not many heads, at this time. Guo Xiaofeng's face was covered in snot and tears. He was gripping a nurse's arm tightly, with a sob in her voice. She cried out, look closely. I really have grown so many heads, wow. Please help me, I don't want to be a monster. The 3 nurses looked at each other in bewilderment. One of them pondered for a moment, then quickly left the ward. Before long, he returned to the ward with a half-length mirror. She placed the mirror in front of Guo Xiaofeng. Guo, take a good look. Your head and legs are fine, nothing more, nothing more. Guo Xiaofeng subconsciously looked at the mirror in front of him. Sure enough, there was only 1 head in the mirror. Guo Xiaofeng turned his neck slightly. The only head in the mirror also turned. Seeing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Could it be that I've experienced too much stress these past few days and I'm hallucinating? A nurse smiled and said, Guo, your recovery is going very well. You'll be discharged in a few days. So don't put too much pressure on yourself. A hint of impatience flickered in Guo Xiaofeng's eyes. All right, I got it, you 3. Put the mirror by the bed and get out of here right now. At other times, upon seeing these 3 beautiful nurses, Guo Xiaofeng couldn't resist trying to get on their good side. It would be best to get their contact information, but now, a string of second brothers appeared. They looked like peacocks displaying their tails in a row. Moreover, each of them was weak and powerless, unable to stand up at all. He has completely lost interest in women. The 3 nurses exchanged glances and simultaneously curled their lip in disapproval. But he didn't show anything instead. They used the medical equipment they had brought to stop Guo Xiaofeng's bleeding. They then reinserted the tubes that he had broken free from. Finally, the 3 of them met Guo Xiaofeng's impatient gaze. After giving some gentle and soft-spoken instructions, he had just left the ward at this time. Meanwhile, in Jiangxia's hospital room, she was clutching the attending physician beside her with her swollen hands. I think I heard Xiaofeng's voice. How is he? Is he all right? The middle-aged attending physician pondered for a moment. Then in a serious tone said, before your son was taken to the hospital, his brain was caught in the elevator door. This has led to some instability in his mental state. While speaking, the attending physician looked at the somewhat comical-looking woman in front of him with a sympathetic gaze. Such a big son, yet he was born with birth defects. But what exactly did this whole family eat to grow up? They all contracted this strange disease. After a pause, the attending physician looked at Jiangxia on the hospital bed. But you can rest assured, Captain Wu is my benefactor. He saved my life in the wilderness years ago. You were introduced by Captain Wu, so Ilu Zhangsheng. Will do my utmost to cure you, Jiangxia, whose body was swollen into a ball on the bed. Finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. He slowly closed his eyes. If I had known, I would have sent that little brat Jiang Fu to you in the first place. Lu Zhengsheng smiled. If you'd brought him here sooner, he would have died long ago. Jiang Fu sat on a bench in the flower bed downstairs. Did Captain Wu do you a favor? Doesn't that mean they've got a grudge against me? Since that's the case, then you two shall become enemies. Suddenly, amusement crept onto Jiang Fu's face. Multiply by 10 at this very moment. Guo Xiaofeng was lying quietly in bed. She tilted her head and looked at her own face in the mirror beside the bed. On the phone, Han Ryubing kept sending messages. He lost interest in replying suddenly. Guo Zio's eyes widened. He stared blankly at his reflection in the mirror. A series of versions of myself then. He suddenly turned around, it's like a bunch of yourself staring at each other, holy crap. Who the hell are you guys? Why in my bed? Who are you? I haven't even asked you yet, who are you? Holy crap, who are you guys? I am Guo Xiaofeng, who the hell are you? I am Guo Xiaofeng, if you're Guo Xiaofeng then who am I? Who knows who you are? Whoever you want to be is whoever you want. Holy shit, you dare hit me, I'll kill you all. Ow, in an instant. Chaos erupted in the ward. 10 Guo Xiaofengs were piled up haphazardly. Fighting wildly, hospital beds, medical equipment. Everything was overturned. Lu Zhengsheng and the nurse heard the commotion. When I rushed over, Guo Xiaofeng was covered in blood. With dark circles under his eyes. He sat on the overturned hospital bed. He was clutching his collar with one hand. With his other hand, he was slapping himself repeatedly. His entire face was swollen from being punched. I am Guo Xiaofeng. How dare you impersonate me, you be ****D. I'll cripple you. Come on, if you've got the guts, cripple me. If you don't cripple me, I'll look down on you. As they were talking, under the horrified gazes of several people outside the ward, Guo Xiaofeng punched himself in the groin, ow. The next moment, Guo Xiaofeng let out a distorted, sharp screech. He instantly convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Nurse 1 on Nurse 2 on Nurse 3. Lu Zhengsheng instinctively squeezed his legs together. Even 10 of those things wouldn't double his masculinity. But in the current situation, 10 of those things would be 10 times more painful. The nurse came to her senses. She looked at the doctor beside her. Her face filled with horror and said, "Doctor, Lu, has he gone mad?" Lu Zhengsheng nodded, then shook his head. This is a side effect of getting your head caught in a door. Go and prepare a room with surveillance cameras. This ward is no longer suitable for patients. These high-end VIP wards place special emphasis on patient privacy. Unless specifically required, surveillance cameras will not be installed. The 3 nurses quickly left. Lu Zhengsheng then went to Guo Xiaofeng and tried to help him up. Anger multiplied by 10, lasting for 10 seconds. In that instant, Guo Xiaofeng was curled up on the ground, convulsing. My previously anxious and restless heart. Suddenly a fire of ignorance and karma ignited. You be ****D, get out of here, boom, amidst the roar. Guo Xiaofeng suddenly threw a punch. It was thrown at Lu Zhengsheng's face, who was standing right in front of him. Lu Zhengsheng's expression changed. He swayed slightly and easily dodged the attack. This is Dr. Lu Zhengsheng. He was naturally also a martial artist. Guo Xiaofeng was about to get up. Lu Zhengsheng stepped on his back, pinning him down firmly. Looking at Guo Xiaofeng struggling at his feet, Lu Zhengsheng's face darkened. This guy seems to have really gone mad. He then called out towards the door, "Go get a sedative." Power multiplied by 10, lasting 3 seconds. Explosive power multiplied by 10. Lasting for 3 seconds. The next moment, Lu Zhengsheng, who was originally standing on Guo Xiaofeng's back. I felt a terrifying force coming from beneath my feet. What happened is still unclear. He was thrown into the air. He slammed his head against the hospital room door. Then slid to the floor. Guo Xiaofeng got up from the ground. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with a ferocious expression. "I'll cripple you," amidst the roar. He kicked Lu Zhengsheng hard in the groin with all his might. PFFT, awa, in an instant everything went downhill. Lu Zhengsheng's eyes and mouth were both wide open. It made a woof 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 sound. His body was leaning against the wall. Slipped and fell to the ground little by little. Curled up in the corner, she was convulsing uncontrollably. At this very moment, Guo Xiaofeng was blinded by the sudden surge of anger. A burst of power multiplied by 10, power multiplied by 10. He was like a raging lion. She instantly pounced on Lu Zhengsheng. They unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon him. It seemed like she wanted to vent all the frustration she had accumulated over the past 2 days. Lu Zhengsheng curled up on the ground, his whole body convulsing, completely defeated and stripped of all power. They lost all ability to resist 3 seconds later. The power and explosive force multiplied by 10 vanished. 10 seconds later, Changxi's anger dissipated. Guo Xiaofeng, regaining his senses, also collapsed to the ground instantly, clutching something with both hands. It let out a piercing wail. His movements and postures were remarkably similar to Lu Zhengsheng's. The young nurse returned with a tranquilizer. This is what I saw the next moment. A well-maintained and elegant woman pushed past the nurse and rushed in. The moment she saw Lu Zhengsheng, her eyes instantly reddened. What's going on? Can anyone tell me what's happening? The woman hugged Lu Zhengsheng, letting out a sharp scream. It was Lu Zhengsheng's wife Qi Siwen, the vice president of the 9th Martial Arts Hospital. At this very moment, Qi Siwen could tell at a glance what her husband had been through. Qi Siwen was at the age where she was as greedy as a wolf, eager to devour everything in sight. Seeing this scene before her, she felt as if the sky had fallen. A young nurse shrank back. She pointed to Guo Xiaofeng, who was also curled up on the ground. That patient went mad. First he crippled himself and then he killed DRLU. Guo Xiaofeng, Qi Siwen gritted her teeth. He kicked Guo Xiaofeng, who was on the ground, and sent him flying. Then carrying Lu Zhengsheng, she hurriedly ran out. They definitely can be saved. Jiang Fu withdrew her mental energy. He was holding a cell phone in his hand. What's displayed on the screen? This is Lu Zhengsheng's profile from the 9th Martial Arts Hospital. The real 6th Master only needs to make a slight move to dismantle the enemy's united front. For the next period of time, this is the 9th Martial Arts Hospital. It will become a living hell for Guo Fangdong Ji Yangxia and Guo Xiaofeng's family. Guo Xiaofeng's kick. Strength multiplied by 10, the burst multiplied by 10. Everything's gone wrong, even if old Wu were to intervene. It's estimated that Lu Zhengsheng won't let this family of 3 go. And then there's Vice Deng Qi. If we don't take our anger out on Guo Fangdong and Ji Yangxia, it would be a disservice to her forced widowhood. Let them fight amongst themselves for a while. Then check the results later. Thinking about this, Jiang Fu stretched lazily. He paused slightly. But we can't just let it go like this, thinking like that. Jiang Fu's mental energy once again locked onto Ji Yangxia and Guo Fangdong. Multiply the growth rate of nose hairs by 10. Multiply the rate of excrement production by 10. The door to the ward was ajar. Ji Yangxia had already heard the commotion outside. She struggled to get up, but he was forcibly restrained on the bed by a bunch of tubes. Suddenly, Ji Yangxia paused. She suddenly sneezed loudly. A long trail of blood appeared from his nose. Her nose hairs were already unusually thick. It then emerged from the nostrils little by little, at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, the entire ward. And then we were enveloped by an indescribable odor. Following the slightly ajar door, the sound traveled down the corridor to the VIP ward. At the same time, the other VIP ward next door. Because the door was tightly closed, therefore, Guo Fangdong had no idea what was happening outside. At this time, a young nurse was standing next to Guo Fangdong. Record his various indicators. Guo Fangdong's face, swollen like a pig's head, wore a malicious smile. He was talking nonsense with the nurse. The young nurse, wearing a medical mask, forced herself to suppress her discomfort. Achoo. Suddenly Guo Fangdong sneezed. Nasal hairs are starting to grow. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable stench emanated from his body. The nurse was stunned. She hurriedly pressed the call button by the bedside. Quickly call a caregiver. The patient has lost control of their bladder. Vomiting. The flavor is a bit overpowering. The nurse quickly left the ward. No, why does the hallway still smell? Guo Fangdong was lying in bed. I sensed something was wrong with myself. He wished he could tear open a crack in the ground and disappear into it. In a state of emotional turmoil. His nose was bleeding profusely. The water below was like a flood that had burst its banks. In an instant, the VIP ward area on the 6th floor of the inpatient department was in complete chaos. Rumble to 2 muffled thuds followed. 2 hospital rooms, 2 hospital beds. Guo Fangdong and Ji Yangxia have now become 2 balls. At the same time, it was countered by 2 inexplicable forces. He bounced up on the bed. The doctor who just entered the ward. They fled as fast as they could downstairs. Jiang Fu withdrew her mental energy. He accomplished his task and left without a trace, concealing his merit and fame. His finger swiped lightly across the phone. Wu Deming's identity information was retrieved. Intermediate martial artist. Qi and blood amount to nearly 10,000. The Red Tiger Squad was founded by Wu Deming. Including Wu Deming, there were 12 people in total. Jiang Fuying took all 3 of them. He fed 4 of them to the wolves. There's also an insurance-selling drug addict who's currently imprisoned in the Martial Arts Guild. Besides Wu Deming, the other 3 must also be eliminated completely, to prevent them from causing trouble in secret later. And that Wu'd martial arts school. Just as Jiang Fu was pondering this, a figure suddenly sat down next to Jiang Fu. It was the same mentalist they had just encountered. His voice was loud and clear with a hint of a smile. "Young man, I see your eyes are bright and your spirit is high. You possess immense mental potential. Becoming a spiritual master is just around the corner." Jiang Fu subtly moved to the side at the same time. He subconsciously touched the baseball cap on his head. The mentalist, however, paid no attention and continued. "My name is Su Yunfeng, captain of the 5th Squad of the Patrol and Protection Team in the 9th District of Binchang. Intermediate-level spiritualist. If you're willing to become my disciple, I guarantee that within 6 months you'll become a powerful mentalist." Jiang Fu looked up at Su Yunfeng. I was slightly surprised. Intermediate spiritualist. The range of his mental energy was only 20 meters in radius. Suddenly, he realized what was happening. The radius of his coverage area, which is 100 meters, is the result of multiplying by 10. My current mental strength is 1005. He can be considered an intermediate-level mentalist. If it is not multiplied by 10, the coverage area will only have a radius of 10 meters. Judging from this, Su Yunfeng is quite strong. But cultivating the ultimate path, stargazing on a rainy night. Jiang Fu's mental strength far surpasses that of Su Yunfeng. He was unable to sense Jiang Fu's spiritual power yet. One could still discern the powerful potential of Jiang Fu's spiritual energy. Seeing that Jiang Fu didn't speak, Su Yunfeng couldn't help but continue. "You probably don't know how powerful a mentalist is. Yesterday at noon, a powerful mentalist appeared in Binchang. It only took less than 10 seconds to kill a level 2 blue-ringed octopus that was over 20 meters long. If you're willing to become my disciple, with your potential, you'll become as powerful as him sooner or later." Jiang Fu, if I become your disciple, will I become as powerful as you? Su Yunfeng never dreamed of this. I just came to the hospital for a checkup, and I unexpectedly stumbled upon such a gem. His spirit and energy are restrained, returning to simplicity and authenticity. He's practically a born spiritual master. If it could be polished properly, I won't say I've become extraordinary, however. Achieving a mental strength exceeding 10,000 and becoming a high-level mental master is still a piece of cake. As for the other party, they are already a mentalist. That's even more impossible. Su Yunfeng is an intermediate-level mentalist with a mental strength exceeding 2,000. If the other party is a mentalist, he will definitely be able to sense their mental power. After all, the person in front of him was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, which covered his face. But his youthful spirit was undeniable. How could a young person like that possibly have stronger willpower than me? How about it? Seeing the boy hesitate, Su Yunfeng couldn't help but ask another question. Jiang Fu had already stood up. I stretched out a big yawn. We'll see. He didn't look back and headed towards the hospital gate. Hey's young man, don't go. I'm really not a bad person and I'm definitely not a liar. Su Yunfeng looks like a big monkey. Following closely behind Jiang Fu, it jumped around and chattered incessantly. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of others. Jiang Fu had a headache in front of so many people. It's not appropriate to beat this guy up, never mind. If you can't afford to offend them, you can at least avoid them. He suddenly accelerated. The person vanished without a trace in an instant. Holy crap, that was fast, Zhu Yunfeng was startled. This speed surpasses that of many intermediate-level martial artists. No wonder he didn't want to become my disciple, HMPH. How can a crude martial artist compare to a noble spiritualist? Although I haven't seen your true face, I've already memorized your figure and demeanor. Next time we meet, I will definitely. At that very moment, a figure charged forward like a whirlwind. They arrived in front of Su Yunfeng in an instant. Where's my boss, Su Yunfeng? Where did you take him? Zhang Chong grabbed Su Yunfeng by the collar. Some roared hoarsely. Su Yunfeng was getting impatient. He brushed Zhang Chong's hand away angrily, saying, Zhang Chong, what's wrong with you now? What big shot? If there's a big shot here, it's only me. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth. That guy in the baseball cap just now. That's the psychic master who annihilated the blue ring octopus yesterday. I didn't even have a chance to say a word to the big shot. And you scared him away. Su Yunfeng's body froze instantly. What did you say? That young man just now. He's the psychic who annihilated the blue-ringed octopus yesterday. But I couldn't sense any spiritual energy from him at all. Zhang Chong snorted coldly. If you can sense someone's mental power, are you still a big shot? Zhu Yunfeng shuddered. At this very moment, he was recalling how he had been rambling on and on. I wish I could dig a hole and bury myself. I'm just a mid-level mentalist with a mental strength of over 2.0. Yet I dared to dream of taking a powerful figure as my disciple. Did I offend a powerful figure? Zhang Chong patted Su Yunfeng on the shoulder. Don't worry. The big boss isn't that petty. Yesterday at the supermarket, the boss didn't forget to pay for his purchases before leaving. Even the money for the hats and masks was paid for. By the way, how's your recovery going? The day after tomorrow is the 100-day countdown rally for the college entrance examination at No. 9 High School. Upon hearing the words 100-day countdown rally, Su Yunfeng also composed himself. He's almost fully recovered. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. As they were talking, a ruthless glint flashed in Su Yunfeng's eyes. I heard that someone forced my good-for-nothing younger brother out of No. 9 middle school. Zhang Chong's expression changed. And he quickly said, you can't do anything reckless. Su Yunfeng shrugged. I neither agree nor disagree. Jiang Fu stopped by the supermarket on her way. After buying some groceries, we returned to the villa. Looking at the empty villa, Jiang Fu was momentarily stunned. It's still early. Shiju isn't here again. I didn't feel like cooking. Jiang Fu casually tore open an energy pill and popped it into her mouth. Then I brought a basin of water from the bathroom and placed it next to the sofa. He then took out his beloved little fishing rod. Since he's a conceptual fisherman, so there shouldn't be any difference between fishing in a swimming pool and fishing in a basin of water. Right, God order fishing enthusiasts. Quantity multiplied by 10 lasting for 10 hours. Good luck multiplied by 10 lasting for 10 hours. The next moment in my mind, what was originally one sequence of gods instantly became 10 sequences of gods. A divine sequence lasts for 1 hour. 10 divine sequences exactly 10 hours. Not a single one will be wasted. The instant the fishing rod hit the basin of water, the countdown for the first divine sequence has begun. As for the quality of the items you fish up, it's still possible to multiply by 10 after you've caught it. Jiang Fu currently has 70 points in Qi and Blood and 1,005 points in Spirit. A complete and utter newbies. They actually fished out those high-level items that defied all logic. Aside from keeping it as a collectible, it's not currently usable. For example, the flying sword, wait a minute. Yellow Shanghai quality. Not too high, not too low, just right for use. It's time to start cultivating. Comprehension multiplied by 10, lasting for 10 hours. Comprehension ability multiplied by 10. For 10 consecutive hours. Cultivation speed multiplied by 10. Lasting for 10 hours the next moment. Jiang Fu closed her eyes and began practicing the rainy night stargazing chart. Fishing and honing one's skills can go hand in hand. The items retrieved from the water. It will automatically land on the living room carpet next to you. Ding item obtained, flame crystal. Category resources. Grade 6 high-grade mystic rank, ding. Item obtained, cloud pattern gloves. Category weapons grade 12 superior heavenly rank. Ding item obtained, invisibility charm. Category auxiliary talisman. Grade 10 lower heavenly rank. Item obtained, 8 treasures purple gold spear. Category weapons grade 5 mid-grade profound. Time it's slipping away little by little. The sun slowly set, 6 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Fu's mental energy stirred slightly. Cooking skill multiplied by 10 duration. Completion of this meal. The cooked food will be 10 times more delicious. The next moment, all the kitchen utensils in the kitchen moved under the influence of mental power. Another hour passed, it's 7 o'clock. The door to the villa's living room was gently pushed open. You're back. Jiang Fu looked up at the girl who had already changed into those fluffy panda slippers. Shijiu entered the room with light, quick steps. She casually tossed a golden object to Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu took it, somewhat stunned. This is storage badge. That was a keepsake left to me by my grandmother. Well, so I found you a new one. As they were talking, Shijiu sat down next to Jiang Fu immediately afterwards. She was stunned. Jiang Fu was surrounded by a dazzling array of treasures of all kinds. These are, Jiang Fu put down her fishing rod. He played with the storage badge with obvious delight. Hearing Shijiu's words, smiled and explained. I caught them all, take whatever you like, Shijiu. As they were talking, he probed his mental energy into the storage badge. There's no password this time. It was still that enormous space, 20 meters in length. Width-hand height, and within that space, there was something that was 1 meter in diameter and half a meter wide. An exquisitely designed silver shield. What's this? Jiang Fu's mental energy stirred. He took out the silver spindle-shaped shield. Shijiu snapped out of her daze. She looked at the baby on the ground, still somewhat out of it. This is the Star Shuttle, a type of telekinetic weapon. Also considered a flying weapon. It's like the kind that can carry you flying. Jiang Fu's eyes lit up immediately. Fly yesterday. Not long after Shen Yan left, Jiang Fu then began to put his grand plan of flying on a sword into practice. But after several attempts, it can fly though. But once the flying sword accelerated, fell off the sword. I can never find that legendary feeling of man and sword becoming one. Just when Jiang Fu thought that she was too bad and needed to practice more, Shijiu then sent him a special flying telekinetic weapon. So it wasn't that I was bad at it, but rather that I needed a special flying telekinetic weapon. He muttered something under his breath. In front of Jiang Fu, the third system light curtain has appeared. Name Star Shuttle, category telekinetic weapons. Rank high-grade heaven, rank refining progress 0. Note the Star Shuttle is a top-tier psychic weapon. Ever-changing and unpredictable, it combines attack, flight and defense, possesses 12 layers of seals, and is suitable for use by psychic masters of all stages. Jiang Fu swallowed hard. Top-grade heavenly rank, and this high-grade celestial Star Shuttle is different from the previous flying sword. Wait a minute, it contains 12 layers of seals. Each seal corresponds to a realm. In other words, Jiang Fu now doesn't need to go through the same process as when refining the flying sword. Keyman, use 100% of your mental energy to refine that 0. 1% progress. Jiang Fu stared at the star shuttle with shining eyes. Shiju smiled, her eyes crinkling. Do you like it? Jiang Fu nodded quickly. I like it. The star shuttle can change in countless ways. Doesn't that mean it can also be turned into a flying sword? Have you realized your dream of becoming a sword immortal? Immediately afterwards, Jiang Fu seemed to have thought of something. He quickly grabbed a stack of gloves from beside him and placed them in Shiju's arms. Here, take this. Shiju looked down at what Jiang Fu handed her and asked blankly, What is this, Jiang Fu? While fiddling with the star shuttle replied gloves. The last time you were poisoned, it was because you injured your hand with these gloves on. There shouldn't be any problems from now on, Shiju. I know these are gloves, but these gloves. The entire body was shrouded in mist. It looks as if it were woven from clouds in the sky. Moreover, given Shiku's keen eye, you can tell at a glance that these gloves. It is a top-grade heavenly rank item. But that's not important. The important thing is, not a pair, it's a stack. There look like at least 10 pairs. So many, Shiju's eyes were filled with confusion. Jiang Fu continued matter-of-factly, when they get old. Dirty or broke, you can just swap them out, Shiju. Her hand gently stroked the gloves Jiang Fu handed her. Your sequence is somewhat abnormal. Before you transcend, you absolutely mustn't let anyone know at this time. Beside Jiang Fu, these are all high-quality items. Weapons, talismans, materials. There were also some strange and unusual treasures that even Shiju couldn't recognize. This is an incredibly powerful non-combat sequence. Absolutely no one else can know otherwise. Jiang Fu would definitely be arrested by some powerful forces to become their tool for producing babies. This incredible succession is beyond the scope of flattery or appeasement. There is a saying that goes, if I can't have it, I'll destroy it. That refers to Jiang Fu. Only by becoming extraordinary can Jiang Fu have the ability to protect herself. Jiang Fu nodded. I know. Take a look around and see if there's anything else you can use. Feel free to take anything you like. What we caught that day. Jiang Fu multiplied all the quantities by 10. Categorized and neatly arranged. Shiju hesitated for a moment. Can I really choose whatever I want? Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Fu's fishing rod twitched again. Then he raised his hand. He dragged a string of 10 sixth-tier fire crystals out of the basin. Shiju, then I won't stand on ceremony, then. She plopped down on the living room carpet, amidst a pile of treasures. Touching this and looking at that, Jiang Fu sat on the sofa. He was holding the star shuttle in his arms. His mental energy was once again absorbed into the storage badge. This storage badge looks very similar to Shiju's. At the entrance to the space, there was also something that looked like a password. Jiang Fu pondered for a moment. The password was set to 3,366,959 immediately. He silently recited it in his mind. Multiply the space length by 10. Multiply the space width by 10. Multiply the height of the space by 10, buzz. The next moment, the storage badge's internal space trembled slightly. The space inside expanded rapidly in an instant. Original. The internal space of the storage badge measures 20 meters in length. Width and height. The volume of the space is 8,000 cubic meters, which is 20*20*20 at this moment. Jiang Fu multiplied the length, width, and height by 10. The interior space of this storage area in an instant. It transformed into 8 million cubic meters of material, measuring 200*200*200, 8 million cubic meters. This is what is known as geometric growth. This is much larger than simply multiplying by 10. We can multiply it 11 more times. You can't multiply by 10 by adding them together, right? Then we'll just have to exploit a small bug for now. Multiplied by 10 from different angles, then. Volume of space multiplied by 10 the next moment. The original space was 8 million cubic meters. It expanded again in an instant. It transformed into a vast space with a volume of 80 million cubic meters. Jiang Fu was very satisfied with this. With this storage badge, I won't have to worry about not having enough space anymore. The quantity does not need to be multiplied by 10 for now. Multiply it when you need to use it, for example, placing some extremely rare and extraordinary treasure inside the storage badge. Multiply by 11 again when you actually encounter that kind of treasure. Multiply by 10 if you put it into Shijiu's storage badge. It will multiply by 10, oh right, there's one more, which also needs to be multiplied by 10. The area of effective spatial collection is multiplied by 10. The original collection range was a radius of 3 meters. It instantly became 30 meters, then. He carefully placed the storage badge close to his body. Jiang Fu looked at Shijiu again. I saw her sitting amidst a pile of treasures. Her little face was slightly wrinkled. He looked at this for a while, then touched that. He looked like he had trouble making a decision. Jiang Fu did not disturb them sometimes. Experiencing decision paralysis can be a blessing in disguise. Jiang Fu quietly moved from the sofa to the carpet. She then secretly moved to Shijiu's side. Then he channeled his spiritual energy into the star shuttle. Begin refining this top-grade heavenly rank psychic weapon. Just like with the flying sword, wait a minute. Inside the star shuttle, there also existed many mysterious and obscure runes. But Jiang Fu's spiritual strength. The instant the rune came into contact, the runes lit up instantly. Jiang Fu stared wide-eyed at the system panel. The refining progress is displayed 1%. Consumes 1 unit of mental energy. Is this a top-grade telekinetic weapon? It was so easy to refine. Refining speed multiplied by 10 the next moment. Jiang Fu's mental energy suddenly accelerated. Less than 5 seconds. He then lit up 1/10 of the ceiling runes on the first layer. It consumed a total of 10 points of mental energy. Refining progress 10%. Refining progress multiplied by 10 the next moment. The runes sealing the first layer of the star shuttle lit up completely. It looked like dazzling fireworks. It exploded in Jiang Fu's mind then. The silver shield-shaped telekinetic weapon slowly floated up. Swish, the next moment the star shuttle dispersed. It turned into 1080 silver blades, then. Silver blades stacked and rearranged. It kept changing shapes in front of me. You've finished refining it already, Shijiu looked up. Staring in astonishment at the star shuttle floating in front of her. Constantly changing shape, Jiang Fu nodded. Refining is complete. I can't believe it's this easy. The star shuttle changed its form time and time again. In the end, it transformed into a small silver bracelet. It was worn on Jiang Fu's left wrist immediately. He looked at Shijiu, who was still somewhat dazed. Why don't you take all of these? Shijiu snapped out of her daze and quickly shook her head no. Not that's too much, besides. You can use these things yourself, how can I take them all? Especially those symbols. It's clearly made by a sequence warrior. Jiang Fu said nonchalantly. All this stuff on the floor combined doesn't even compare to the star shuttle you gave me. A high-grade, growth-oriented psychic weapon focused on companionship. Before he steps into the extraordinary realm, you can then experience a top-tier psychic weapon. At this time, the runes of the first layer of seal have been refined. The star shuttle had completely merged with Jiang Fu's spiritual power. Like an arm directing its fingers. There was not a trace of awkwardness. Jiang Fu felt that he could use the star shuttle to take her flying right now. When we become truly powerful, multiply the star shuttle's grade by 10,120 steps. It's yet another ultimate weapon. Jiang Fu looked at Shijiu. I have the sequence number, I can continue fishing. Shijiu turned around. Her back slumped against Jiang Fu's arm. Her little head tilted back, gently resting on his shoulder. Her long ponytail cascaded down her arm and landed in Jiang Fu's palm. It's itchy, Jiang Fu, you're being a bit too presumptuous. Jiang Fu laughed along, relying on your connections to get close to people. Aren't you the same? I was able to activate the sequence thanks to your abyss fruit. Shijiu, that was my life-saving fruit. Come to think of it, you're my savior. Jiang Fu, even without you, I would have died in that little valley. Shijio, speaking of which, my martial arts certification still uses your identity information. Jiang Fu, no wonder Supervisor Shen said I was lucky. It seems I really am lucky. Shijio, aren't you curious why I used your identity information to verify a martial artist? Jiang Fu, because I was lucky, Shijio. Yeah, then I'm pretty lucky too, Jiang Fu, and you. Aren't you curious why I was able to create so many identical treasures? Shijio, because you're lucky. The two chatted casually. Jiang Fu used her mental power to bring over the dishes that had been prepared in the kitchen. It wasn't even placed on the table. It just floated in midair. Both of them are spiritualists. They don't even use their hands to eat. Certainly. But because of some ingrained habit, he still used his mental power to pick up the chopsticks. Gradually, it's late at night. The voices gradually stopped. Jiang Fu and Shijio lay back to back in the living room on the first floor. 8 o'clock in the mornings. Jiang Fu had already cleaned the living room. Apart from some talismans, he packed everything else into Shijio's storage badge. Shijio sat cross-legged in front of the sofa, resting her head on the coffee table, staring intently at Jiang Fu, who was busy in the kitchen. He asked, "Are you going to school this afternoon?" Jiang Fu hummed in agreement. "I'll encounter some unexpected situations around noon. I'll go to school after I've dealt with them." Shijio didn't ask any further questions. "Then I'll go this afternoon too," she yawned. "Oh right, I'm thinking of setting up a laboratory here." "Oh." Jiang Fu laughed, "Just treat this place like your own home." "The third floor or the basement, Shijio?" "Let's go to the basement, third floor." It had practically become a forbidden area in this villa. Just as Jiang Fu had planned. After Guo Xiaofeng's room was completely demolished, it was sealed off. As for the basement, it's said to be a basement. To be precise, it should be called a downward jump. The layout is almost identical to that of the second floor, even because it lacks a double-height living room. The space is larger than the second floor. "I've had breakfast." Shijio then disappeared into the basement. She started setting up her laboratory. Jiang Fu was sitting in the living room on the first floor. This time he didn't go fishing. Instead, he devoted himself to practicing the rainy night stargazing chart, silently waiting for noon to arrive at this time. The first part of the stargazing on a rainy night series, the drizzling rain chapter, is 7.99% complete. Much faster than expected. Finally, it was noon. With the countdown timer starting at 10, Jiang Fu stopped cultivating. The qi and blood elixir has already multiplied tenfold. It went from 1 to 10. As for the medicinal effects, Jiang Fu was unsure whether Shane, her weakened state, could withstand 10 times the potency of the medicine. Therefore, we haven't multiplied it by 10 yet. The effects of qi and blood pills are 10 times greater. Absorption effect multiplied by 10. Absorption speed multiplied by 10. 1 second before the countdown ends, Jiang Fu multiplied one of the qi and blood pills by 10. It held it in its mouth the next moment. A feeling of powerlessness and weakness emanates from the depths of my soul. It spread rapidly throughout the body. The light screen floating in front of them changed instantly. Name: Jiang Fu. Gender: male. Age: 18. Level: 0. Kai and blood value: 3. Lifespan: 4 days. Ability: multiply by 10, cannot be stacked. Limited uses: positive infinity on the screen of light. Both spiritual power and cultivation techniques vanished simultaneously. And in the next instant, Shijio is busy working in the underground laboratory. Like a gust of wind, he appeared beside Jiang Fu. She looked at Jiang Fu, who was lying on the sofa, barely breathing. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Her bright and pretty face was now deathly pale. They were filled with fear and helplessness. Shijio stretched out her hands, which were covered by cloud-patterned gloves. Trembling, she tried to touch Jiang Fu, but they discovered that Jiang Fu was on the verge of shattering at that moment. She was terrified that if she touched him, the boy in front of her would vanish into thin air. Jiang Fu smiled. He gave Shiju a reassuring look. Then he slightly opened his mouth. The qi and blood pill then rolled into his mouth. The next moment, the qi and blood elixir transformed into a warm current. It instantly circulated throughout my entire body. The effect of multiplying by 10, and the absorption of multiplying by 10. Jiang Fu's body quickly regained its strength. His blood and qi levels also began to rise slowly. Finally, it stopped at a certain value 11. Jiang Fu frowned. They realized something was wrong. He took out another qi and blood pill. Multiply by 10, then swallow it in one gulp. The number jumped slightly and became 15 immediately. The third one, the fourth one, the fifth one. Until the eighth qi and blood pill entered the mouth. Jiang Fu's qi and blood value barely reached 30. Now, you should be able to withstand 10 times the potency of the medicine. Right, the medicinal power is 10 times greater. The medicinal effect is 10 times greater. Absorption efficiency increased tenfold. Absorption rate multiplied by 10. The ninth qi and blood pill entered the mouth. Jiang Fu's qi and blood value jumped to 50. After swallowing the 10th qi and blood pill, Jiang Fu's qi and blood value finally it reached 70. He has returned to the quasi-martial artist level, which was 10 times higher than before. The vanished spiritual power and cultivation techniques also reappeared. Mental strength 155 Silk Rain chapter progress, 9%. Jiang Fu got up again. He looked at Shiju. See, I'm fine now, don't worry. Shiju remained standing there. There seemed to be something glistening in the corner of her eye. His entire body radiated a chilling, killing intent. Who did it? Shiju's voice was hoarse and slightly trembling. Using forbidden drugs. At the cost of destroying your essence and potential. To forcibly enhance your qi and blood. Jiang Fu was taken aback, then suddenly realized. No wonder the original owner was working like a slave here every day. Never getting enough to eat or wear. A large portion of the resources distributed by the school were also taken away by others. Yet they can still become martial artists. I initially thought it was a gifted talent. It turns out it was a case of forcing growth by pulling up seedlings. No wonder just now when my health and mana reached 50. His lifespan was 10 years. Now the qi and blood value has reached 70. Lifespan remains 10 years, can be multiplied by 10. That's 100 years. However, Jiang Fu felt that she could still be saved. This isn't urgent, multiply by 10. It's all right, I'll make them pay tenfold. Shiju kept her head down, her voice still a little hoarse. In your conditions, qi and blood pills won't work. Only the Heavenly Treasure Origin Pill can repair the damaged origin and potential. The previous diagnosis from the hospital indicated that I needed qi and blood pills. At that time, Jiang Fu's vital energy was disrupted. Qizu Dan, a traditional Huxia medicine formula, can indeed treat the symptoms. But Jiang Fu's real illness was a depletion of her fundamental energy and exhaustion of her potential. Only the Heavenly Treasure Origin Pill that Shiju mentioned can truly solve this problem. But judging from her expression, this kind of elixir must be extremely rare. Shiju looked at Jiang Fu and said, enunciating each word clearly, don't worry. I will definitely find the Heavenly Treasure Origin Pill. Her gaze was resolute. There was no mention of the Tianbao Yuanchen pill being precious. It didn't say what price she would have to pay. Jiang Fu looked at Shiju. Unable to resist, I gently reached out my hand. He patted her head. Shiju's body stiffened. The murderous aura and chilling presence that had surrounded him vanished in an instant. She stared blankly at Jiang Fu, somewhat at a loss. Jiang Fu awkwardly withdrew her hand. I picked up the fishing rod that had been sitting on the coffee table. Well, there's really no rush. You said it yourself, my sequence is rather abnormal. Who knows, maybe one day we'll fish out a Heavenly Treasure source elixir. Multiply the probability of fishing out Tianbao Yuanchen pill by 10. It should be about the same. He still possesses 4 abyss fruits. If I feel my luck has improved in a few days, I'll try taking another one. Shiju looked at Jiang Fu. Then he looked down at the top-grade, heavenly rank cloud-patterned gloves he was wearing. That seems to be the case, oh right. Jiang Fu pondered for a moment and said, what other pills are there that are similar in properties to the Heavenly Treasure Origin pill? Even if they are slightly weaker. Shijiu sat down next to Jiang Fu. She frowned and pondered for a moment, little Yuan Dan. Its medicinal effects are similar to the Tianbao Yuanqin, but far inferior. There's no way to fully heal your injuries. Jiang Fu's eyes were incredibly sharp, there really is. What's there to be afraid of, multiply by 10? Shijiu continued, however. The lesser source pill is an officially produced pill and needs to be purchased with official contribution points. Jiang Fu was taken aback, contribution points. Shijiu nodded. Contribution points are a system established by the authorities to encourage martial artists to hunt mutated beasts in the wilderness. You can exchange for some official, exclusive items that are not available on the market. The way to gain contribution points is by hunting mutated beasts. Selling through the martial arts guild or other official channels will not only earn you monetary rewards, but also corresponding contribution points. Each level 1 mutated beast earns 1 contribution point. A level 2 mutated beast is worth 10 contribution points. Level 3 mutated beasts are worth 100 points, and so on. Jiang Fu had already taken out her phone and opened her bank account. Account balance, 9,236,549.33 yuan. Those combat uniforms from yesterday sold for a total of 3 million. The money arrived this morning, below the account balance. There's also a line showing the remaining contribution points. 100 points. The contribution points from the red-tailed rat and silver moon wolf that were sold the day before yesterday were split 50-50 with Shijiu. Jiang Fu's eyes suddenly lit up. Is it really that simple? Whether or not we can fish out the heavenly treasure source elixir is another matter. After all, it's too random. But Jiang Fu can totally buy these Yuan Dan directly from the official wholesale supplier. If the medicine isn't strong enough, multiply it by 10. Isn't it just hunting mutated beasts? He can conjure 100. Or even more parts from a single mutated beast. Shijiu was overjoyed to see Jiang Fu. She couldn't help but tug at his sleeve. Jiangjiang. I know you're excited, but don't get too excited. Jiang Fu's body stiffened. Staring at Shijiu in astonishment, what did you call me? Shijiu blinked at little Jiang Fu. He coughed and his old face inexplicably turned red. Hunting mutated beasts for contribution points. I'll do it myself. Consider it training for entering the Heavenly Desolate Martial Arts University. Tianwang Martial Arts University. As the premier martial arts university in the Xia Kingdom. In addition to meeting the requirements for qi and blood spiritual strength. The admission criteria also include. They also need to have a track record of defeating mutated beasts. It now appears that the criterion for evaluating this achievement is the degree of contribution. Contribution points cannot be transferred. They can only be distributed through official organizations such as the Martial Arts Guild. Of course, there must be other rules involved. But Jiang Fu was unaware of them. Shijiu nodded slightly. All right, I'll help you find the Heavenly Treasure Origin pill. Let's do it both ways. Also, don't rush into the wilderness area just yet. I'll give you some special training these next couple of days. Jiang Fu instantly recalled what had happened to her in the wilderness. The blue flame owl that descended from the sky. And the blood-eyed golden tiger lurking in the wilderness. Jiang Fu's spiritual power couldn't even detect their existence. You definitely need to practice. Shijiu had already taken out paper and pen. He leaned over the coffee table and began to devise a training plan for Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu gazed at Shijiu's beautiful profile. He pondered for a moment and then said, all right. If we really find the Heavenly Treasure Origin pill, don't rush to buy it. Take me to see what that elixir actually looks like. Shijiu looked up. Shall we team up and rob it together? Jiang Fu, that works too. Afternoon. Brain strength multiplied by 10. Multiply the brain's capacity by 10. Mental strength multiplied by 10. Mental strength multiplied by 10. The radius of the mental energy field is multiplied by 10. Duration until the next time you practice the rainy night stargazing chart. The next moment, Jiang Fu's mental strength increased from 155 to 1550. The area covered by the mental energy also reached a radius of 150 meters. Then, Jiang Fu and Shijiu changed into school uniforms and headed towards the school. Lunch break has just ended. The senior high school building was a mess. Jiang Fu stopped in her tracks. All right. You go back to the classroom first. I'll go find MSXU. Shijiu nodded. Okay. Teacher Su paid for all of Jiang Fu's hospital expenses, in addition to the previously refunded VIP ward fees. There will be subsequent nutritional and medical expenses. I still owe Teacher Su about 120,000 yuan. Teacher Su has it tough too. This money needs to be repaid. According to memories, Jiang Fu quickly arrived at the homeroom teacher's office. But we didn't see Teacher Su. Jiang Fu released her spiritual power. I used my mental powers to search the entire school. There was still no sign of Teacher Su. Jiang Fu frowned. Haven't they arrived yet? That shouldn't be the case. Given Ms. Su's dedication, she is in charge of the senior class. He wished he could live at the school. Go back to your class and ask, Class 34, Grade 12. The students in the class were whispering and chatting animatedly. Someone saw Jiang Fu return. They greeted each other very naturally. It seemed that no one was surprised by his return. Jiang Fu's seat, it's in the middle of the first row. I sat at the same table as Zhang Qilin, however at this moment. Zhang Qilin was standing next to someone else. Jiang Fu returned. A hint of unease flashed across Zhang Qilin's expression. But the next moment he turned his head away. Pretend you didn't see it. Jiang Fu didn't bother with him. He walked straight to the back of the classroom. There were many empty seats in the back. Shijiu sat in the second-to-last row by the window. The seat next to me was empty. At that moment she wasn't using her phone instead. He kept his head down and continued to develop a training plan for Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu at that very moment. A slightly impatient female voice rang out. You broke your promise and didn't bring back what I asked for. Therefore, this is the end between us. Please don't bother me again. Han Ryuping stood in front of Jiang Fu. She crossed her arms, her eyes revealing undisguised disgust. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shijiu, sitting in the back row, looked up and couldn't help but glance at Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu looked at Han Ryuping in front of her. A dead sense suddenly came back to life. He delivered a powerful spinning kick to Jiang Fu then. Ugh, Jiang Fu, what do you mean? Looking at Jiang Fu, who was dry heaving in front of him. Han Ryuping was about to explode. Jiang Fu waved her hand. Without you, you mustn't misunderstand. I have no improper thoughts about you, holy shit. Get away from me, Zaha. He saw Han Ryuping walking towards him. Jiang Fu retreated repeatedly. His face was filled with disgust and resistance. That noon, Jiang Fu opened Guo Xiaofeng's door without warning. That strange, pungent odor hit me unexpectedly. It shot straight to the top of the head. It dealt tons of critical damage to Jiang Fu at that time. On Guo Xiaofeng's computer, Han Ryuping's video was playing. So now, as soon as Jiang Fu saw Han Ryuping, a strange association immediately arose. Han Ryuping seemed to exude a similar scent. It strikes right at the soul. Guo Xiaofeng's room is more terrifying than the silver moon wolf or the blood-eyed golden tiger. Luckily, I didn't eat anything for lunch. Otherwise, I really will throw up. Han Ryuping's reaction upon seeing Jiang Fu. His eyes were practically spitting fire. Jiang Fu retreated repeatedly. Don't worry, I really won't bother you. Please stay away from me, ugh. Upon seeing Jiang Fu's appearance, the classroom fell silent at first. Then came a burst of laughter. Han Ryuping's face turned bright red. She glared fiercely at Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu, don't try to play hard to get, ugh. Jiang Fu was seen retching and backing away. Han Ryuping swallowed the words deliberately indulgent back. He stomped his foot and ran back to his seat previously. Han Ryuping had imagined countless times how Jiang Fu would face her if she returned. He's feigning aloofness, playing hard to get. Just like before, relentlessly pursuing and harassing. Or perhaps they appear nonchalant, pretending not to care, while secretly watching you. But what Han Ryuping never expected was Jiang Fu vomited the moment she saw her. How could someone be like this? Jiang Fu breathed a sigh of relief then. He met the gaze of everyone in the class. He quickly walked over to Shiju's side and sat down in the empty seat. This moment, the classroom fell silent once more. Jiang Fu noticed the looks in the eyes of the students around her. He asked in surprise, "Is someone here?" Shiju looked up. The frustration in his eyes had turned into a smile. "No." Jiang Fu shrugged, "Sit down comfortably," seeing this. Han Ryobing, who was in the front row, gritted her teeth again. Scumbag. So she's found a new target, fallen for someone else. Han Ryobing's desk mate overheard her words. Looking bewildered, "Scumbag. He's fallen for someone else. Didn't you just tell him that this is the end of it and ask him to stop bothering you?" Han Ryobing. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. I think he just wants to find someone to annoy me." My desk mate nodded seriously. "Then you're really angry." Han Ryobing, my desk mate, said to himself. "Shijio is so pretty. She beat all the school beauties to shreds the moment she arrived. And he's a martial artist." One stool and Yu Menjiang's leg was broken. As they were talking, her desk mate looked Han Ryobing up and down again. "You and Shiju are simply incomparable." Han Ryobing gritted her teeth. "Then let's see if Jiang Fu's legs are tough enough. That violent freak will definitely break Jiang Fu's legs." Was at this time, Jiang Fu noticed that many of her classmates were secretly looking at her with pity. He couldn't help but reach out. She nudged Shiju's arm. "What's wrong with them?" Shiju was a little embarrassed. "Well, the day I first arrived, I accidentally broke a classmate's leg with a chair. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter." He then used his mental power to scan the classroom. Yu Manjiang, the biggest troublemaker in the class and known as the class bully, was absent. Jiang Fu understood somewhat. He gave Shiju a thumbs up. "You could say you've rid the people of a scourge." Shiju's eyes crinkled into a smile. He lowered his head and continued writing and drawing. At the same time, she secretly rubbed her stomach. Jiang Fu saw this. She took a pink insulated lunchbox out of her bag and placed it on Shiju's desk. Shiju was taken aback. "Huh." Jiang Fu popped an energy pill into her mouth. Lunch. At noon, because of Jiang Fu's matter, Shiju completely lost her appetite. He was always focused on developing a training plan for him. "I am indeed quite hungry now." Shiju quickly opened the lunchbox. Sweet and sour pork ribs, crystal shrimp, stir-fried broccoli. There was also a mushroom soup. A smile bloomed on Shiju's face. "I thought Jiang Fu would hand me an energy pill. I didn't expect it to be 3 dishes and a soup." The classmates witnessed this scene. Eyeballs instantly fell to the ground. What's going on? How did the new classmate get along with Jiang Fu? They've known each other for a long time. Han Ryoping's desk mate witnessed the interaction between the two. He couldn't help but say seriously, he really wasn't playing hard to get. Shiju wouldn't break Jiang Fu's legs either. Han Ryoping, that scumbag, and that ***ch. They'll pay for this sooner or later. 1 second before the school bell rang, Shiju swallowed the last shrimp in her mouth, then put the lunchbox away. "Hey, you're just going to let her go like that?" Shiju glanced at Han Ryoping in the front row. Jiang Fu yawned for some reason. He gets sleepy as soon as he sits in the classroom. How could I, with such a petty mind, possibly let her get away with this? Under the influence of mental power, the malice in Han Ryoping's eyes was almost overflowing. They're clearly plotting something bad. Jiang Fu was somewhat puzzled. I clearly didn't provoke her. Leg hair growth rate multiplied by 10. The rate of fat accumulation multiplied by 10. Body odor multiplied by 10. The next moment, Han Ryoping's desk mate, he suddenly frowned. He pinched his nose somewhat disgusted and said, "Hey, is your perfume expired? It smells like stir-fried lamb with scallions." Han Ryuping glared at him. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you want to change seats, ask the teacher. Don't try to pin this on me at that very moment." He looked to be in his 30s, a female teacher with long, wavy blonde hair walked into the classroom. She glanced around. Then he said casually, "This period is for self-study." Suddenly she frowned. "Who's eating stir-fried lamb with scallions in the classroom?" And they even added sour scallion fried lamb. Han Ryuping sitting in the second row of the classroom. What? Several students around Han Ryuping couldn't help but cover their noses. Later, Jiang Fu stared at the female teacher. Momentarily stunned, is she the new teacher? Shiju raised her eyes slightly, "I don't know her." The boy in the front row heard this. She secretly turned her head back. "Her name is Chen Waiju, and she's our new homeroom teacher." Jiang Fu's heart skipped a beat. A new homeroom teacher. "Where's Teacher Zhu?" the boy said with a pained expression. "Teacher Su has been arrested." Jiang Fu's eyes widened. "Arrested?" Shiju also looked up, her face full of astonishment. The boy nodded. That morning during class, several people in uniform suddenly came and took Ms. Su away. However, before Teacher Su was taken away, he gave the 600,000 yuan he had raised to Zhang Qilin, asking him to buy qi and blood pills for you. Jiang Fu, huh? What? Boy, you're only sitting here because you took the qi and blood pills that Teacher Su bought for you. Right, Jiang Fu? Zhang Qilin, boy, yeah. You and Zhang Qilin are good friends. So the teacher gave the money to Zhang Qilin. Zhang Qilin skipped class and went to the hospital to buy you qi and blood pills. By the way, Sun Yunyuan went with him. Sun Yunyuan is Zhang Qilin's current deskmate. Jiang Fu,